Wah. Hi, chat. Howdy. Hi, TJ. Hi, Mr. Cornell. Hi, typing. Hi, Nimby. Hi, Guers. Howdy. Rose is a player? Watch her make a vampire barbarian with a greatsword? What? No. How dare you? I've never even made one of those yet. I have not even made any of those in any of my games. Not even as NPCs. Just saying. Good idea though. When Rosa enters the character creator, boss music starts playing. Oh, we shouldn't be here too long. I don't have all day. I do have some stuff to get to later. But, so, the point of today's stream is that Shademaster here has created ttrpg, and he's going to be telling us about it, and we're going to make a character.
Baby, you got a package at the UPS store.
Ooh,
I don't know if we have.
that's probably Vikings package. Hog Viking. We might have to open your package on stream. Yeah, Viking is here. You want to go get it? Do you want me to give you my wallet?
Yeah. I mean, I might as well go to Publix and stuff.
It won't take too long. I'd actually prefer.
And I'd rather have the sodas chilling in the fridge.
That's fair. Viking says he sent 4 packs.
It did send me several notifications.
Okay.
So, I'll be back.
Hi, baby. Love you. Anyways, Shademaster, would you like to introduce yourself?
Certain. I am the Shademaster. You've seen me in chat a couple of times. There were a few jokes made about being a tree or, some 50 Shades shit. But the reason I'm the Shademaster because the game the flagship game.
Be over there. Do you just want gold fingers?
What, baby?
Since I'm gonna be over there, do you just want gold fingers?
Oh, don't.
You're right. We're about to go to a bar tonight.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna eat a lot there. So.
Speak for yourself. I'm gonna have a. Anyways. Introduce yourself. Oh, we know.
I can make burgers tonight.
I'm going to a burger bar.
I actually don't know if they have burgers. I've never
What?
been there.
You lied to me.
I said I'm pretty sure. I never said they have burgers.
If they don't, then you gotta make me burgers. Okay. Love you. Sorry, my wife is my wife.
Yes, I understand.
Go on.
I get it. The flagship product of my new gaming company is going to be the Shades of Dominion. The Shades of Dominion is essentially Magic the Gathering on tabletop. And that's what's exciting about it, is you're going to make a character, and within that character, your character's basically going to build a deck. Well, not really build a deck. You're still building a character, but if you've ever played Magic the Gathering, you will understand how some of these things connect. How some of the character creation is essentially you building out your library, your spells, what your aspects are. Like, and aspects take the place of like global enchantments kind of thing. And these are things that affect your character and impose what are called shade afflictions. And shade afflictions are it's kind of it's a combination between. Have you ever played Magic, Jenny?
I've not. I have.
You have not.
I've owned Magic cards because the art is cool and inspiration for D&D. Sometimes, what I would do is I don't do this anymore. I don't even think I still have my cards, but I used to collect Magic cards. And what I would do is that I would try to come up with like campaign or like ideas basically for like D&D stuff, by drawing cards, almost like I'm doing like a tarot reading.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would come up with like encounters that way. So like I'd shuffle like the magic cards and then I'd pick up a card and be like, all right, well like that's what they're fighting. So that's something
That
that I tried
is
once. It was pretty fun.
that is exactly something that I've reverse engineered for this game for Game Master to do. If you have Magic the Gathering cards, there is now a system in place with this newest update where you can put out a magic card, a creature card, and know exactly how that card translates into the game.
Cool.
And um, and so but it's intricate because this is a card game, okay? And you have to make it make sense. And when you're playing a card game, you have things like destroy, exile, remove from play, all these things that a normal role-playing character should not be able to do, right?
Right.
So I have had to tone down, scale back, and that's actually what allowed me to improve the character creation process. Is what I had to do is I had to because there are common spells in Magic the Gathering that lets you exile a creature. Common, cost 1, and you can exile a creature. So I'm like, how do I make that work in a tabletop game? I just cannot have these powerful mages just sending things through the multiverse. So one of the things I had to come up with is scaling that properly. So in this new character creation, in this new update, you have resistances. You have what these things do is they're thresholds, kind of like Elden Ring, where you proc the monster hard enough and it'll bleed, or it'll hit and get poisoned, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
So you apply like counters, right? And then after enough of it, for enough build up, then it does the thing.
Yeah, exactly. So characters and creatures now have these resistances where and you can see the resistances. You can see them on your character sheet. They're sanity, coil, grit, agency, and stamina, and they all do different things. But their primary focus is to be that threshold for when certain things can go off and harm you. But they each have their own dynamic kind of twist. Fetter runes, if you're given a certain amount of fetter runes and your opponents cast a certain spell, you can be banished. You'll be banished for 3 turns, but you'll still be you will essentially be sent through the dimensions in a big giant circle until the spell wears off.
Okay.
So that's how banishing or exile works in the game. But getting back down to the brass tacks, so this setting, I'm going all over the place here. This setting is basically, in Magic the Gathering lore, evil wins. Nicol Bolas has completely conquered the realm, the planes, and right as everything's about to go to complete and utter shit, Magic, as a sentient force now, just says, fuck this, and turns itself off. And it turns itself off for about a millennium. And then people start realizing, wait, there's this magic force thing, but it's a little different. And it's called the Shade. And what's happened now is that instead of magic being pretty much free use, free access if you know how to get it, the Shade is literally a limited resource that each world has that keeps it alive.
Okay.
So, so each time a Shade mage siphons from a realm using their Shade vessel, you are killing the world that you're standing on. And after a certain point, the realm suffers enough damage to the point where it goes down a level. It loses its magic.
Okay.
It goes from, like, for example, the story of Earth is it was once, the highest level that there was, but then, after, the Egyptian pharaohs and Merlin and Morgan and the last Shade mage to ever be on Earth it's actually Nikola Tesla, and he goes somewhere else to try and stop another realm from being destroyed. So there's That's the world that you're in. You're in a very magic dystopian world where the only way to have magic is to use the shade.
Okay.
And the shade has basically said, if you use me, you're killing the world that you're on, and I have these barbs into you. You took this as a choice, and because of that, I'm going to afflict you. So when you make a character, you start off with an essence. And your essence is basically your character alignment. And based off of your character alignment, we build out as to who you were before you took the shade, your awakening, and then finally, finally, your shade vessel, and how your shade vessel interacts, how you interact with the shade and your spells. A really cool part of this game is that once you have shade to cast a spell, you don't make any rolls. You spend the shade and it happens.
Okay.
So that's the kind of energy that you're dealing. That's the kind of setting that this game is. And obviously, there are multiple worlds. There are multiple realms that everyone can, hop between. And that's going to keep things a little more interesting. So, where would you like to begin?
Give me just a second. My wife is calling me.
Yes,
All
right.
baby.
Well,
I'll be late getting back home
Why?
because there's a wreck on the intersection.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad. So traffic is jammed up. I am still able to go to Publix, but
Okay.
it'll take me a while to get back. I went ahead and picked up the UPS packages because I knew if I didn't do it now, I was gonna forget.
Okay.
So
Love you.
love you too. Bye.
Bye. Sorry. Okay. So. Well, damn. Okay. No matter what, I'm like some sort of mage. Basically. I'm a spellcaster.
yes, this is a pure spellcaster system. Yeah, you're going to be a certain flavor of spellcaster. The trick is deciding what kind of spellcaster you're going to be. And as you flush out your character, you can be more combat oriented, but you're going to be able to cast spells. That's going to be the primary gist of it. You are making a planeswalker. Just so you're aware, the thing that you do with the pulling out cards for your D&D campaigns and whatnot, there's an entire set of magic called Legends, and it's completely bizarre. It's kind of a one-off where the creators of Magic the Gathering made cards based on their D&D sessions. And that's what these cards are. All these legends are the characters and the places and the things that they did as a roleplay group.
Okay.
And it's really neat going through that set. Because they did originally intend for this to have that connection. And I'm currently at war with Wizards of the Coast because the products that they've given Magic the Gathering players for roleplay is settings where you're not playing as a planeswalker. You're playing as like the scribe who's having adventures in between the events of the planeswalker. I'm like, no, this is not what someone who's played Magic the Gathering wants to do. They want to play the character they built an entire deck around. So that's the project. So going off from there.
Okay, and so what sort of freedoms do I have with character creation? Like what am I? What exactly are you asking me?
Okay, so the first part of character creation, as I said before, is choosing your essence. Go ahead and scroll down in the player book to the
17.
character creation section, and that'll give you a chart.
Eh,
No, all the way down.
Oh.
Lower. Lower.
Character creation.
There we go. Character creation. Now,
Okay.
those are your essences. You can roll for them, or you can actually choose one. It doesn't really matter. But these are your
Essence of a shade mage describes their moral compass and behavioral tendencies. It presents the driving force behind their actions and decisions. It is a spectrum of ideals, values, and inclinations that shape how they interact with others and the world around them. It is also the filter by which the shade grants many powers and abilities. Start by rolling for an essence. So virtuous, Delphic? I don't know what that means.
Delphic means like the ancient Greek sages who would like receive visions, but they would speak in riddles. So they're very lawful neutral.
Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. So this really is straight up like a what do you call it? I like this. This is an interesting way of doing what's what I'm looking for? You're like this is basically like an alignment table, right?
Yeah.
Like neutral is enigmatic.
Yep.
Neutral good
You've
is
cracked the code.
honorable. Awful good is virtuous. Chaotic good is maverick. Okay. Let's make our character a maverick. Not a good.
All right. And with that, we are going to jump all the way down to the Maverick section.
Okay.
And you're going to be scrolling for quite a bit. It's going to be on page number 73.
Alrighty. Okay.
All right, and so this is how you would start your character. You would go into your character sheet and put one in the Aether, Corruption, and Purity dominion scores.
Okay, so it's this maverick. Maverick embodies a fierce independence and a rebellious spirit, guided by a strong sense of justice and desire to make the world a better place. Those who possess the characteristic are unafraid to challenge the status quo and break the rules. Good. They're driven by a passion for freedom and a belief in the power of individual action to bring about positive change. Quality is marked by willingness to take risks and disregard for convention, often leading them to unconventional solutions and innovative approaches. Maverick values personal autonomy and the ability to make their own choices, making decisions based on their own moral compass rather than social expectations. Their actions are always aligned with a desire to help others and fight against injustice, ensuring that their influence is a force for good in a world that often resists change. Okay. So we get
All right.
1 Aether in Corruption and Purity.
Yep.
Where's this here? Score?
Yes.
Good. I actually do this. Edit text? Is that what it is? No. Wait, I'll actually do this.
You should just be able to type.
That's not it. Is it editing? Right?
There you go.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh no. No, no, no.
I don't know how to use this. Can I take?
No. You should just be able to click on it.
Click on it, and then that like sort of like opens it up for editing, I think. Yeah, I can't words. Lighting. Lines. Here.
Hmm.
Doesn't seem right.
No. No, it does not.
I actually type in here.
Hang on. Let me try something. I'm gonna re-download what I sent you. Open it up.
Because I see there's like boxes everywhere, but it doesn't let me like type in them.
You know what's
Yeah,
bizarre is I just
it just makes spaces. Like doesn't add.
All right. So I'll tell you what. I have an Excel sheet. I'm just gonna
What?
record this for you. Um. the- the- the-
Ooh, I've done something I can't remember. I don't know what I did. This move. Can I move it back?
All right. All right. So you are a maverick, which means we have an ether score of 1, corruption 1, and purity 1. All right. And after that, don't worry about your trained skills yet. That'll actually auto resolve on the sheet that I have. But the way that your trained skills work, if you look at your character sheet, is the score that's in your Dominion scores, your Aether, Corruption, Destruction, Purity, so on and so forth. They have their own columns, and you basically that value copies on each of those columns. So everything's going to add up to its own score. So your trained skills won't actually be determined until when we flush everything out. And each decision you make with regard to character creation through this Maverick process is going to increase which uh, dominions you specialize in, that you have that you're skilled in. So, in addition to your trains, in addition to your dominion scores, you start off with 25 feet. In movement. And what is your, scroll down a little bit more on the rule book so I can see what your power. Okay, so 3 power, 3 toughness is your starting. Oh, right. 3 and 3. All right. And then you have your starting resistance scores. What is your sanity, coil, grit, and agency? Like all of those. Oh, you see that that menu that opened up? Yeah, right there. What happens when you click on that edit pencil at the top? No. All right. Oh, you're typing now. Okay. Well, that's not good. You should not be able to do that.
I've been muted this
Yeah.
whole time. Oopsies. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, you've been muted the whole time. I'm like, is this intentional?
No, I didn't realize
I
I've
was
been
I was
muted.
very confused.
No, I muted this whole
Okay.
time. Well, I'm trying. I've been trying different ways to see if I can like edit this. I didn't realize I was muted this whole
Okay.
time. Thank you, Junebug.
Yeah. I was very confused. I was like, wait a minute.
No, it wasn't intentional. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if I can find a way.
I just sent you in Discord the Excel sheet if you want to try using that first.
I could try that. Yeah.
If you want to try opening that up, it, it will auto generate your skills and whatnot, but it won't be as pretty as any of this. So, and we won't be able to do things like spells and whatnot.
This one won't even open for me.
Of course not. That would
Oh.
that would require the world to make sense. Oh, nice. Nice. That is lovely.
Okay. I have an alternative idea.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I believe there's a site I can find that will let me open a PDF.
Which is bizarre because the one I sent you should allow you to edit.
Yeah, it doesn't let me.
Yeah, let me see if that's possibly something on my end. Let me see if I can look at the file missions. It would be really weird though.
It's weird that when I type into it, it like doesn't.
No, it's not read only.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue. Even like it's. What? Dylan. Oh, one. Next.
On a scale of 1 to 20, how autistic are you? Approximately, making this game has made me at least a 21. That's the honest to God truth. For example, when I made the spell list for this game, I developed what I called the law of common, meaning I had defined for each different category of spell the cheapest and most powerful effect that was a common in each type. Yeah, exactly. For example, you made a Magic the Gathering tabletop game. Yes. That is at least a score of 21. Bare minimum.
No! Go away, Adobe. No one likes.
It's true. No one likes them.
Okay.
Oh,
I have found a
okay.
site which allows me to do.
Really? Show me.
I found this site.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. So I was editing my question mark?
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna
Aether is 1.
yes. For now. For now.
Corruption is 1.
Hmm.
And
Now, that's actually funny that I have no idea how to pronounce that user's name. But they're saying that just seeing the character sheet and wondering how, even once the character is built, how anyone's going to navigate that smoothly. Um, Actually, it's not as hard as you think. It's the same with any other character sheet that you've
yeah,
ever
it's a matter of
worked
like
on.
the more you play it, the more you like learn it.
And I'll be honest, I'm going to school to learn how to code. So as I'm doing this, I'm also on Roll20 making a personalized character sheet, on Roll20, which I'm gonna have to go back and redo
Yeah, it doesn't
because
seem
of
like
course I
that
do.
tough to understand. This isn't too far from like how like D&D works. Like you have like right, so I presume these are essentially like this is like your spellcasting stuff, right? And then you have skills for like skill rolls.
Yeah,
These are like basically your stats, right? Your like base
pretty
stats.
much.
Um,
Base stats and what's called the like your shade vessel, your shade workshop where you tick off and erase the shade that you gather and you spend from casting spells.
yeah, this isn't too hard to like kind of it seems like a lot if that makes any sense. Like it seems like a lot, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like once you like I feel like once you fill this out, it's gonna make sense. Be like, oh yeah, this is where this is, and this is where that is, and this is what that does, and this is what that does. It's really just a matter of like learning it, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah. So trained skills. I have acrobatics. Uh,
yeah. Don't worry about your skills yet.
oh,
Just we're just gonna hold on that until we get all of your dominions filled out, and then we'll know how to spell it, what your skills are gonna look.
okay. I was gonna say like
Um,
I kind of like to just go through it. But you said basic movement, right? To actually fill that one out.
yeah. Fill out your basic movement. It's gonna be 25. It's gonna be right at the
5 meters
top
for
right.
action. Movement's always up top. $25. Okay. Then starting power and toughness.
It's gonna be
These
3
are right
for
here,
each.
right? So I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what these are, right?
Yep.
Power, toughness. Okay. And then we
All right.
have. This just seems like a lot of things, yeah? Yeah, I imagine it's one of those things where like it seems like a lot of things. And then you get it done. And it's like, oh okay. It like all kinda clicks. This is definitely more complex than something like D&D. He's obviously made intentionally. Yep. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, and because we're pulling from
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering,
This isn't more
there's
complex
gonna
than like D&D 3.5, for example.
yeah yeah there's gonna be a lot of things to pull from. For example, we haven't gotten there yet, but you're gonna see on your different domains, you have a shade capacity, meaning that based on your skill in that dominion, your spells can't be a certain power level. Like you have to increase your ability to pump in more shade into your spell.
Huh. Okay, resistances, I want to add these, right?
resistances, yeah, your resistances are,
There you
yeah, right there. Sanity, coil, crit, so on and so forth.
go. 3. I think the little lines underneath are like the problem. Baselines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sanity block is separate from the blocks. Oh, that did like a weird effect. Hold on. Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
Yeah, it should.
Oh,
Yeah, never
wife's
mind.
calling me. Hold on, hear me. Wife's yelling at me.
Alrighty. Alright, so how do I entertain the chat? Ask me your questions. Are you working on a 6-second round like D&D, or are your characters just really fast? The whole point of this system is to emphasize the fact that you are, in fact, not human. You're not really a mortal anymore. You're you're a lot. You are a magically infused being. So yeah, that's 25 feet is a lot less than 25 meters. Correct. It's going to be 25 feet because it's loosely based on the whole 5 by 5 square that I want to keep standard, just to allow them to be able to implement that or play with it. So, certain things you want to stay within the realm of. Oh, okay. So, are you working on a 6-second round like D&D, or are your characters just really? The way that turns work is on like an action economy. So you have either full actions, half actions,
Back.
reactions, reactions. But to answer your question,
Here, take some funding for your own human adventures. Also, foreign currency Humpskare Part 2.
Thank you for the Dono Kazi.
Oh shit, this reminds me.
The 79,000 Indian rupees question mark? No, it's not Indian. Or is it? Remember. Asia?
to the ruble.
It is Indonesia. Indonesian rupiah.
Wow.
My bad. I'm sorry I called you Indian. I'll never do it again. Thank you.
I think that's your initial problem. You're German,
No.
and I know the Germans like exactness, and I will not fault them for that. But this is a fantasy setting, and that's actually something that's
Yeah, it's like a little
that's
bit
really
of
reinforced.
Thank you.
Sorry, come again?
That's a little bit under 5, but yeah, thank you. No, it's just
Yes.
as you're saying. By the way, Viking, are you here? My wife has arrived with your package. If he is here, we will take a minute, Shade, and open these
Nice.
box on stream.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. That's actually pretty cool. I don't mind being a dual stream.
Are we actually opening this up, baby?
If
or...
Viking is
He's here.
He's here! All 4 arrived. Is it a big box, a long box, and 2 like thinner boxes? Two smaller boxes? Is that it? Are those the 4?
You taped this very well.
My wife says that you taped it very well. Hell yeah!
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
bet. We're doing this real quick.
All right, let's do
Let me
it.
swap over to a hand cam. Yeah, and then we'll keep building our character. Do you have time, Shade Master? By the way, just.
Oh yeah. I've got time.
Okay,
We are very well booked.
Bet. Sweet. Okay. I do have most of the day available. We're going out like at what 8? Realistically speaking, I should be done
So
by.
you have until.
Well, I am.
6.
Yeah, tonight I'm
Yep.
picking up my
Okay.
littles so I can take them on a train ride tomorrow. So
I've got like 4 hours.
yeah, same.
Hold on. Up over game screen. And then from
I
there,
have 4 hours.
let me see.
Apparently, your gifts are jumbled, and you all will have to fight to see who gets what.
Our gifts are jumbled. We'll have to fight for who gets what? That's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
This is
I'm
like
gonna win.
I don't know how that's supposed
Alright.
All right, who thinks Patho's gonna win the egg hunt?
This is my desk chat. But chat, I built my punching bag stand yesterday all by myself using tools that are not meant for building it. They don't have the wrenches.
Genuinely, how am I supposed to?
Me, hold it. Hold on.
It's got fucking staples in it.
Where's my box cutter?
I don't know.
Where's your box cutter? Where my knife was? I told you that it
It's
was
not on the table.
on my desk.
Whatever. Whatever.
It was exactly where I said it was.
Whatever.
Exactly where I said
Well,
it
your
was.
chair's mine now, so.
What?
I told you!
That's alright.
There's a box cutter on the table. On the coffee table. But it's one of those, like. I don't like it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This side isn't. What did you put in these, Viking?
Well, let me put it this way: you are letting your wife handle another man's package. Risks we're taking.
What?
This is not true.
I told you. You don't believe me.
Very. Oh my goodness. Like industrial state.
Yeah.
Start rip.
Oh, it was a pretty bad crash. Someone got rear-ended.
It was like this. The cars. There was one car that was fine, which I'm assuming is the one. And then the car that got hit. It actually was. Oh. The one that got smushed was actually a Jeep.
Oh my fucking god, the box in a box!
That's crazy. Okay. Chocolate?
Chocolate?
Gimme!
Wait.
There's more.
Look in the box and it's funny. The microphone on?
Yeah?
Okay. I'm gonna hand you this first one and then we can swap it in.
Okay.
Actually, no, I saw what's in this box. I do this box.
Okay. Is it dog toys?
Look away! What are you doing? You know how this works.
I staple the boxes myself at work. Yes, with an industrial stapler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does in fact check out.
Yeah.
Okay, so first off we got eggs.
Marzipan! I'm eating this right now. I haven't eaten today, chat. This is the first thing I'm eating today.
Wait, you're
It's
opening
marzipan.
Right away?
It's marzipan.
Okay. There's other things.
Well,
No, you don't get to see it yet.
okay.
Oh, do what you're gonna do.
I like marzipan.
I get half.
Okay, look at it.
I get half.
I said okay.
I'm surprised you're not melted. I'm like shocked. That's some dirt.
I like the tasting stream. I'm sorry. I am hungry. Marzipan? Fuck, I don't know. I don't know how to describe marzipan. Okay, this is the only one I'll taste, Viking.
I don't think I'm allergic.
We'll leave the rest. Sorry, I am a marzipan enjoyist. I got excited.
I thought you could do a tasting stream or whatever. Pay attention. Yeah. We'll do a tasting stream for all this stuff later.
That was good, by the way.
Polly. More Polly.
You should not have.
Double. I read this as kink snacks.
Wait.
I was pulling out of the
These
thing.
look like Whoppers.
Huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they look just like they look just like Burger King burgers to me too.
No. The chocolate Whoppers. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put these back in the box they came in right now. It's a good thing our house is in 80 degrees right now.
Yummy, yummy marzipan.
Alright.
Quit it. And my eyes are closed.
Okay. Hold on, don't open them. I'll tell you when. That.
What?
Okay,
Can I open my eyes?
yes.
What?
Oh wow.
That's so cool. That is hilarious.
Who's Rambo? What's Rambo?
What? What?
I don't understand.
That's mine. First off,
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
second off, he's an action hero. Okay, played by Sylvester Stallone
I don't know what that is.
during the golden era of action movies. It's okay. It doesn't matter to you. It's okay. No. Was Rambo divorced now? Real. Real.
Good night, Junebug. looking away. I'm looking at chat. No, that's my box to open. Oh.
Oh, it's still the same box. Go away. Go away.
Action's not my genre.
I know the rules.
Not only is it not my genre, I'm just not a movieist.
Marabu Scote? Scote?
Oh, is this more chocolate?
Look, over here. Flop. Yeah, it's more chocolate. Flop. Marabu.
Ooh, I've had this before.
This looks like something I'd enjoy. I've actually already had black licorice chocolate. And Vulture has some in Finland, and it's fucking delicious. Salmiakki chocolate.
Can I get a napkin,
hazelnut.
please?
Open your face. Yeah,
I got boogies. I was gonna ask if you wanted. Man. Chat, Ginny has been giving me her sinus issues.
At the bottom of the box that I already know that I love.
Okay.
Something else that Vulture sent me. Come on, my rebel.
Ooh.
We got sport lunch.
Okay. Show boogers on stream, LMAO.
Geisha. This shit's fucking delicious.
Oh, I've wanted to try this.
This is
it's on my throne, and nobody's gotten it for me.
That shit's fucking delicious. You got center.
Okay.
And I don't know how to pronounce this. It looks yummy.
Well, that does look. Is that everything?
Everything in this small box of more chocolate. Yeah.
Is there more in the box?
Yeah, there's more in the same box.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the bigger boxes, so yeah.
I thought we were at the end.
No.
Excuse me.
More chocolate?
There's more candy, yes? Wow.
Yeah, there's more stuff. Ooh. We're gonna make something delicious with this.
Am I?
Chocolate pudding.
Oh!
Chocolate!
Whatever is still used in the colonies. Did you translate this yourself, Viking?
Wait, what?
Chocolate pudding, a Swedish classic since the 60s. Use cold milk, not low fat. Wisp it hard until you see bubbles forming. Let it rest in the fridge for half an hour. My attempt to convert our superior measurements into whatever is still used in the colonies. I guess it would be something like 3 sticks and a redhead's boob equals 1 liter. That's very good. That's really good.
That's actually pretty close.
Yeah, isn't it? I hope so.
Sounds accurate to me.
I'm excited for this, actually. I have been craving pudding.
Alright, this is cool. But I'm concerned it might be cheap, but even if it is, I'm still gonna check that out. It is a sleeveless hoodie.
Oh. Yeah, this is yours.
That's so cool.
Very nice. Also, did you notice that for the game, all of the
Yeah.
quote-unquote mana symbols
I'm color black
Are-
says M. That's for sure mine. That won't be good. It's a teensy bit too big for me. That's okay.
Continue.
It's
Shade
medium
Master?
sized by Norwegians.
Yeah, in the game, if you haven't noticed already, all of the mana, the quote unquote mana symbols are all Norse mythology symbols.
Oh, I haven't really looked at them. But I shall.
It's a hoodie.
Oh, yeah. All of these are gonna be yours.
I will wear the fuck out during the cold months. Oh, here's a little note about them.
You guys make extremely high-end clothes, weapons, and armor. They were a primary supplier of such things to Netflix Vikings and Game of Thrones, as well as plenty of big budget Hollywood movies. There's no way I could ever afford their historical products, but they also have a line of high-quality normal clothes that I can afford. So I got you a summer hoodie and a jacket. That's so sweet.
Thank you.
That is so sweet. These will be...
There's a few more things.
More clothes? Oh. Well, hold on. Can you put these
Sorry.
away?
That's it.
In the pudding? I'm just gonna leave it here, actually.
I'll put the pudding with the chocolates.
Yeah. I didn't know you had the pretzels in here.
I do the pretzels. Another. This time, it's Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. More Chad Boy figures. Epic.
I don't know who that is.
One more thing in the box.
Okay.
Wow.
The Wandering Elmsman donated $20. So close to breaking that weekly Dono
Thank
streak.
you for the 20, Helmsman.
Hey, Elman! I've been ensuring that he's going to
Yeah.
be friendly.
I need to change my signature.
Yeah, you just. I just. Oh my god. Don't look, but this is.
Don't look, but this is mine.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, Rex! How
Oh
are
my
you?
goodness.
I'm very slow at math, okay?
So cool. You need to close your eyes.
I'm kind of doing something right now.
This is.
Okay. My eyes are closed. Yeah, chat. We have not been hitting weekly for the past many days, many weeks. We are almost on goal. Please, chat, I beg.
That is so cool.
I woke up hungover at 2 p.m., so average Saturday morning, LMAO.
Yeah, I would like another cast stream actually.
Let me cover this.
Yeah. How much is 20 euros?
Euros? Bucks. You should look it up.
$22.70. Wait, is this subject to tariffs? LMAO.
Oh no. This is so.
How do I? Wait, I can do this. I can add.
What's the number? What were the
I can do
numbers you
this.
added? What were the numbers you added before?
59.
Chat. Someone confirm that she did it. What are you doing?
Adding 22.
Okay, well, stop.
I don't
So the
understand that
Streamlabs going on? Huh?
I was gonna add it. You can't enter it.
Where is it?
Right here.
Oh.
I don't want it on here in case someone
Yeah.
calls you and
That's
their
fair.
name pops up.
That's fair.
Stop it!
What the fuck?
I wanted to do the math.
It's alright. Close it. Close your eyes.
I put the 70 cents in the thingy.
Your eyes.
Eyes are closed.
Open.
Oh, that's cool.
It's handmade.
How much did this cost you?
You just show this to chat. You need to like present it. Sideways, baby.
I'm in the process. Look at it. Give me a second.
Need a tool to chop wood and also your shin. Baby.
Oh, there's a thingy right here. I thought it would just... Anyways, this is cool. You should show this off to, our friends coming over today.
It is so cool.
That is very pretty. Oh, that's so pretty.
That is super cool. It is sharp, by the way.
I would figure as much.
It's not like crazy sharp, but it is sharp. Definitely sharp.
We will test this when we
Sharpen
finally
the wood.
own a home with an actual fire.
Chat! We're not allowed to use the fireplace in this home.
It is purely
Tragic.
decorative. Why is it not?
Give me.
There we go.
That is so
It's pretty, but does it like cut wood? Yeah. Oh, were you saying it's owning a home in this economy? Is it my turn now? Is it my turn now? Come sit.
You open the big box now? Can you do the small one fast?
Yes, because I already opened the small one.
Oh. Did you look inside?
They kind of fell open.
Oh. So is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you know loading it?
Huh?
That one's also like industrially cut.
I know.
Stable. Nope.
I'm good.
Okay. Pretzels! This is my favorite pretzel brand, chat. When I saw that accent, you had to get it for Ginny. I appreciate it. It is cool as fuck. It is so cool. The second I saw like the shape of like the paper packaging around the axe, I was like, oh my god. That's awesome. Did you see the shadow move and my head at the same time? Ginny-sized pack of pretzels, exactly. Ginny-sized.
Okay. Go.
Because me and my collection of personalities make up a family.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Close your eyes. Right.
Can I open my eyes?
Yeah, open your eyes. Hold on. No. It's sweet.
Just like mine does! This is funny. This is very funny.
And then I'll also show you the one that didn't really come in a box.
This is great.
So there's this as well.
What's that? Ooh, it's a radio! Yep. What's that, I ask, as I read the front of the box?
Alright, are you ready?
Hey, how accurate is it that people must know? No. This is the length of my thigh.
That is not accurate wee size, and if it was, I don't think I'd know. No!
What? Take this thing away from me.
Give it to me.
Is that for the cats?
Give me the, radio.
This is cool.
It is. Give it to me.
Manual crank charging? Oh my fucking god, it's awesome.
Baby. Give it to me.
Like the olden days. It's FM. It's a FUM radio. I wanna open it.
No, baby. Yeah.
Radio flashlight? Yeah, I also had a flashlight. It's also a phone charger. And it's cranked or solar charged. That's going in my car. For sure. That's cool as hell. Crank your radio while cranking your hog. In the sun. Okay, my eyes are closed. I'm ready. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm gonna grab pretzels again. Great for disasters and power outages? Yeah, that's exactly like what I was thinking.
I'm asleep.
I'll close my eyes and wait till you show me. Maybe I can figure it out. Just put it in front of me.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Are you confused by by opening it, or
No.
like what it is?
No, neither.
What are you confused about?
We'll see. This one's actually gonna take a little bit.
Prepare? What are you concocting?
Barely.
It's not something that would be better prepared on camera?
Huh?
It's not something that would be better prepared on camera? What am I hearing?
These are yours, by the way.
Oh. There was anything bad in the boxes? I believe you.
Ready?
My eyes?
Yeah.
Wait.
Close your eyes.
Let me drink some water. Add 2 tablespoons of sugar. Okay, I'm hydrated and I'm ready.
Okay.
Eyes are closed.
They're closed?
Yep.
Your model.
I have not peeked at all. My eyes are shut.
I failed at this one, so
Yeah, if I like move my eyebrows and the model moves his eyes.
you can open.
That's pretty fucking pog.
Yeah, those are yours.
That is epic. Oh my goodness. Hey yo.
You can see your
Hey
undies.
yo. You can? Oh, I'm gonna take her off the stand for now. You sure can. Hot. That's pretty fucking awesome, chat. Holy fuck, dude. I think you put these on the wrong shoe.
I tried the other way. It was wonky either way.
Huh. Yeah, it's definitely the way that you did it, actually.
This one's mine.
One of them is yours. Yo. We'll roll 2P.
This
Oh, the skirt's loose. The skirt hangs loose.
Yeah.
I see.
Are you ready? Ready?
One.
I actually don't know if you'll go crazy. I don't know what your relationship is.
The statue?
Are you ready?
How did you put this on? Oh, just one shoe?
Yep.
Oh, I see. You don't want to move these aside?
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm ready. Are you ready? Is more of are you ready to move on?
Oh, yeah, goats. Eyes. God damn. God damn. And Viking, you've been making this box since we opened the PO box, huh? 'Cause I remember you mentioned it. You were like, yeah, you were gonna take some time to collect things. It's expensive to ship, so it's better to ship it all at once. Yeah.
And our friends coming over today are gonna think you're a gooner.
Oh yeah, because the Chen and Hoshiguma statuettes weren't enough, right? Or the Melania statue, or the Mia from Code Vein.
Okay, ready? I genuinely don't know you.
Spent 4 or 5 months putting this together. Says,
Are you
says
ready?
Viking. Yeah, sorry. Eyes are closed.
Open.
Ooh! Jill Valentine. It's yours? Got it. I'm gonna say, does her gun come out?
Is there a gun?
There's a gun in the packaging. So she should be
Oh,
holding one.
it fell out. It's in the box where the thing was.
Ah. Yeah, this is definitely more of a you.
Could I put it there, technically?
No, I think
No.
it goes in her hand.
That's a very specific in her hand.
There you go.
Nice. Yeah, this is mine.
There you go. Look at that. This is most definitely a you thing. My only experience with Resident Evil is so I was dying. I played the original one.
Oh,
with
Camelot.
Yeah.
No, I used to watch the.
And I didn't play as Bill. I played as Chris.
I used to watch all of the 3D animated little movies.
Oh,
Resident
I
Evil.
thought you were gonna say porn.
And no,
I was gonna say that's my relationship with Overwatch too.
I'm not exactly a pornist. Anyway.
This is Pathos, by the way. This isn't mine. I want you guys to know that. This is
Yeah,
mine.
and you use it more than I do. Where the fuck did the box go?
I am the big retarded.
Maybe I lost the box cutter.
How did you lose the box? Can you turn around and look for it?
Yeah. Everything else is in the boxes.
Oh. Look right there.
Oh.
Wife is even more retarded.
I can't find shit doesn't mean retarded.
I was talking about you finding shit. It's you losing shit.
I don't want to hear shit from the person who's using a fidget toy
It's your fidget toy.
that you use.
Yeah, because you brought it into my life. How many fidget toys have I brought into your life?
See one. Foreskin. Are you ready?
Women.
Are you ready?
Yep, eyes are closed.
Alrighty. Open. Those are yours. Definitely.
I'm gonna eat one.
Raspberry! That's why I said they're yours.
Oh my god!
These are mine.
How did you know how much I love raspberries?
These are mine.
Those are yours. I have a raspberry. I want to eat this right now. I know I can't. I know I gotta wait. These look delicious.
Two more.
These look extra delicious. These look giga delicious. I've actually had these. These are so good.
These are cinnamon and ginger
This is what I thought
cookies.
these were at first. Let me see.
Cinnamon and ginger cookies.
Ooh.
And the
These are gonna be delicious. No doubt. Yeah, I've actually had these before, and at first glance of these, I thought these were these.
Let me see, baby.
We're training Jenny to not eat everything. Can I have some raspberries? Is that it?
No.
Oh. Mail haul stream? Yeah. I kind of feel bad. This happened in the middle of a collab. Hey, Master, you still here? You still with us? Taking longer than I thought it would.
That's why I asked you if you were sure, baby. There were two big boxes
It's a
and
lot
two
of
small
things.
ones. You should have known better.
I should have. We're already basically done though. So that's fine. Ooh. Wait, dill?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I bet that's delicious. This ain't for me. This is for you.
Why?
I'm not a fan of like cheese chips. Sorry, you're muted. Ooh, okay. E porca cora.
What are these? Cameron, I was about to say the camera.
Delicato water. I think it's like coconut shaving outside. What is this?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's some sort of pistachio flavor. trying to rush.
Alright.
I can get back to
Bowls are
cleaning.
the shit. This is squares. The back probably has an English list of ingredients. I tried checking. That is marzipan cream filling, and the ends dipped in chocolate. Oh,
What's the green?
marzipan with cream filling. Interesting.
Okay, this is the last of the big box.
Alright. Can I close my eyes?
No.
Okay. Oh, wait.
I like these. Tutti frutti.
Tutti fruity?
This is yours.
Oh! Dr. Krish! Those are like the kind of tough ones too.
Also, there are no English
Licorice.
ingredients listed.
Licorice wedges. What is this? They're little gorillas, they're little monkeys! They're monkeys! Whoa. It's like eggs.
Ooh, I'm gonna love these.
Like marshmallows? Like peeps? Oh, what is this?
Ooh, I'm
More of the same?
excited.
These are
Come on.
soft. Oh, I've had these. I've had these.
More
Vulture
licorice?
sent me these. These are rough. You said you were excited for this?
Oh.
Why'd you say you were excited?
I didn't give you the one I said I was excited for.
Oh. Okay, yes.
These are like caramel filled
red
chocolates?
licorice.
Question mark?
Licorice.
Something like
wedges.
that? Or just caramel balls?
Looks like, yeah.
Gummies. This is what I'm excited for.
Oh, I see.
Peppermint. Here, pack this away while I get the other bags.
Okay. Wait, there's more?
The other boxes. The small ones, maybe.
Oh. Yeah, we'll do a stream where we just like taste test everything.
What is this? Oh my god. Okay, first and foremost.
Is the box away? Turkish pepper, so the licorice I will eat. It's with pepper. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
This is yours.
Oh. Ooh. That is a very nice looking fruit. It's Emil! It's my boy Emil! Look at him! Look at him! Here's boyo. Is that a balloon? How do we inflate this? It's going in my car. Oh my god! A memory!
Are you ready?
For our camera.
Are you ready?
Guys, what? It's a shame that you don't have a car. I will put this on my car. Chat, if you ever see this, it's me. Assume it's me, no matter where I am. Gotta put that up whenever you drive, Pace, though, yeah?
Wow.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Okay, I am
I'm
claiming
so curious what this smells
a
like.
few
What
things
are you claiming?
in this
Balloon?
other box. And I'm just gonna give it to you all together because they're just...
Okay.
So, this is for us to match on our keys.
Cute. Little axes.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Why does it keep crossing?
Huh? Ooh, that's cool. That is a nice change. That's super cool. You showed me like the back.
Well, I was trying to show you the front end, but it kept twisting. And then, here. See the bracelet I put down?
Oh yeah, the little bracelet. I will totally wear this. This is cool. This looks like something.
You get to open that one yourself.
I open this myself. What's this one? What is this?
I just said open it.
You know what it is?
Yes.
These earrings?
Take them out, baby.
These earrings? Ear clips, to be precise.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
So you don't need pierced.
And they're little snakes.
Yep. Are you ready?
That's
There's two more
awesome.
things. And one of them I am laying claim to.
I'm super into this. This is cool.
Are you ready? I want you to close your eyes, actually.
Hold on, put these back in. I'm actually gonna take.
Say,
Gosh.
what are you doing?
Pretty.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Keep them closed.
Yeah. What are you doing to me? Whatever you put around my wrist. What are you doing? Are you shackling me? What are you doing?
You'll see. I could have gone smaller. But, do that actually.
Is this like a fetish thing? Am I?
Yes, you're being fetishized.
Oh
Right
god. I'm having a really hard time with those handcuffs.
now. Handcuffs.
This isn't a handcuff. It was like. Is this like a wristband?
And
What are you trying to do? Like a. Ooh. Watch? What are you doing to my wrist?
I'm really struggling to get it in the smallest hole.
Smallest hole? Welcome to my life.
Well, whatever. It's just gonna be loose, and you can figure out how to put it on.
Okay. Can I look now?
Yeah.
Oh! One of these things.
Your
Ooh.
hand can slide right out of that.
Yeah. I'm
Anyways, and then a Norse mythology book,
It's cool.
which is great because I work with Loki.
So that Patha would like this book. I know that Jenny hates reading, but taking a quick look, that gives some. Cool. It has pictures. I'm satisfied.
Can't wait to read about all the times Loki gets pregnant.
The first picture opened who has weird titties. Let's go.
You didn't know that Loki gets pregnant.
I didn't know that.
He is a pregnant horse.
Ooh.
He fucks a horse. Loki fucks a horse.
Cool. I like that it has.
I like how you're just flipping until you find the pictures.
What about it? What about it? You know. It's cool.
It's gonna go right above the other mythology books.
think it might be a little cool.
Yeah. Perhaps. Hold on. Let me see it. I don't think it'd fit me. It's a bit small to fit me.
I'll fit you. It's about exactly how it's supposed to fit. Is he perfect?
Yeah. This is awesome, though. Really cool shit.
Are we at the end of the box? Over?
Yep. It's over.
Finally time to join back with Shade Master. Yeah, thank you so much.
Is he still here?
Thank you so much, Viking. This is cool as fuck.
Shade Master's still here.
Shade Master, you still alive? Have we lost him? We might have lost him. Nor.
Anyways.
Teach me this is kind of hard to get into.
Yep.
Here. Oh, Fenrir is his son as well, though Loki isn't the father. Nani?
Yes.
He's the mother? Mommy Loki? Are you choking me? Why are you choking me? Like massaging my throat. Oh, stop it, stop it.
Anyways, yes, Loki is mommy.
Baby, can I have raspberries? Hope you're happy. I am very happy.
No, I
Thank
would
you
like to
so
get
much.
cleaning.
Lazy Viking.
We wasted
I really,
a lot of
really,
time,
really
and I also
appreciate it.
haven't eaten today.
Hey, but I just want some raspberries. Just raspberries.
That includes...
Alright. Jade! Homie. Buddy. It is over. It's time. While he's gone, I'm gonna do my best to fill out what I do know. Which is... Okay. So... We're filling these out. Right? Great. Yeah, so... Back over here... Agency. We have +3 agency. What? And +0 stamina. Alrighty. You have finance domain scores, add the value in score available. Okay, so yeah, that's what I said to leave that one for later. Maverick backgrounds. The background describes how your character chose to express their essence. Tasting stream tomorrow? With the planning stream? There's no planning stream tomorrow, actually. So unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you are. But
Yeah, I'm back.
tomorrow morning we're actually picking up Pathos siblings. We're actually spending the night over at our place. So there's not gonna be a stream tomorrow actually, because I'm gonna have Pathos siblings. That is what it is, and we're picking up tomorrow morning, and then we're dropping them off Monday morning. So they're at least staying the night over here. But yeah, that is a thing. I was reading
All
the
right,
background.
so yeah, so how backgrounds work is this is basically your job, what you did before you awakened as a Shade Mage, and each one has a list of things. Now, one of the things I realized making this game and playing with other people is when they make when they go through character creation, they don't have a very firm idea usually as to what it is. They get they don't have enough guidance, so to speak. And what I did is for each occupation, for each background, you have a list of items that are on your person when you awaken as a Shade Mage, and that item, and one of those items is going to be your Shade Vessel. This is the item you use to channel and hold the shade from the realm. So,
Okay.
So based on the background you have, you can see that it has, the job, and then it has different bonuses that are tied into being good at that job as a person. So if you are in, let me go pull it up for myself for a sec. Da-da-da. Okay. So if you're an alchemist, is that, am I on the right one?
No, artisan is the first one for Maverick.
Artisan, okay. Okay, so if you're an artisan, it means that you were more leaning toward the dominion of Aether, and you have the ability to know spell, like an intrinsic ability to be able to tap into the spells that are from the illusion domain. You also get resistance bonuses, and you have your items, and then over on the skills, you would put an asterisk next to what those each of those skills. All right, so scroll to the side real quick. Okay, so all right, this is where you pick your background. So yeah, just you pick a background as to what kind of an idea as to who your character was before they became.
What's a bod?
A bod is basically like a fence, like an underground contact. He's like he's essentially a pimp slash pawn shop dealer kind of deal.
I see. Okay. Beggar, boatman, bounty hunter, coachman, engineer, exciseman. What's that?
Tax collector.
Fisherman, gambler, grave robber, hypnotist, initiate, jailer, marine, mercenary, militiaman, mule skinner, noble.
That's like a pack master of animals.
Yeah. Noble, physician, pilot, fighter, prospector, tribe, seaman. Okay, well I need to know what's a seaman and what's a marine.
A marine is basically a soldier on a ship. Okay. A seaman is someone who is, a sailor, basically.
Okay. Here, servant, smuggler, wire, thief, tomb robber. Those more. Watchman and wizard.
Yep.
Army kind of wants the soldier just for the generation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go for soldier.
Soldier, there we go. Okay. So since you've chosen soldier, you're going to add +1 purity to your character, so that 1 on the top is going to become a 2.
Okay.
And then your domain is going to be order. So on the domain side of things for your spells, on that side of your character, you're going to put an asterisk next to order in the library points section.
Order?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, in the library points section?
Yeah, just put like a star.
Next to the word order?
Yes.
Or next to like the library points specifically?
Yeah, in the library points box.
Oh, okay. Put the asterisk in there.
Yeah. As you're doing that, after you do that, go ahead and add your resistance bonuses.
Order. Wait, what?
I will be right. After you do that, add your resistance bonuses, and I will be right back.
Any is in. Sandy's goes up to 4. Agency 5. And Donna goes up to 1. Okay. Then my inventory gets in.
Yes, and the items you had on your person are the.
Hey yo, thank you so much for the gift membership! Or memberships. I'm not gonna do the parenthesis thing again, because that'd be weird if I did it twice. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Soldier. Yeah, you have a gin flask, a warrior medallion, and a war horn. And you get to choose one of those to be your shea vessel.
The gin flask. I take a sip
Of course.
of gin every time that I cast a spell.
Yep. Yes, that is that is a popular theme. We also had someone do a plague doctor mask where they light the herbs in the mask. Has been a character that's been done before.
Let's go. Alcoholic mage.
Mm-hmm. An alcoholic purity mage. That's going to be very interesting. Like a noble drunken monk style. I like it. All right. And for your skill bonuses, you're going to see on your skills a background column.
I see it. There.
Okay. In athletics, bluff, diplomacy, and endurance, put that asterisk in there.
Whoa. Zoomed all the way out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then
Bluff,
bluff.
diplomacy, and endurance.
Diplomacy and endurance. Okay.
All right. And and you're gonna make your movement up to 30 instead of the base 25.
Okay. Alright.
All right. And we're going to scroll down to Maverick Awakenings. So, as a Maverick, you have a certain amount of experiences available to you to represent your awakening to the shade. Right now, you have. Let me take a look. Scroll over to your Dominion. Your Dominion scores. Okay. All right, so you have 1, 1, and 2. Okay. So you're going to pick an awakening, and this awakening will add +2 to any one of those domain scores. And depending on which awakening you also choose, it'll also add library points to a domain and other bonuses. So, just briefly, how do you imagine this character becoming a Shade Mage? Like, what is the catalyst? Because in Magic the Gathering, it's like a life or death experience, extreme rage, extreme jealousy. Like, what was the actual event?
Can I read through these and pick one?
Go ahead.
Being crippled by the explosion of one of your experimental constructs. Someone tried to trap your soul into eternal servitude. You would not submit. Realizing the injustice of the realm, becoming night. Accidental realm travel after being memory wiped. Selling your soul to a demonic entity. Elation at winning the favor of a deity you adore. Being exposed to an open wound of time and space. And to cast a ritual spell to harvest the shade from your realm. Consequences damned. Achieving pure inner peace and ending. Hitting the wall in your field of expertise and still being unsatisfied. Absorbing a shade vessel. True conversion from a previously wretched and wicked existence. Having your mind stretched to taste omnipotence for the briefest moment. Turning to corruption shade to command the undead. You're taking a righteous crusade to bring order to the realm. You've learned about the existence of other realms. Returning from the dead to avenge your death. Vowing to never let harm fall upon those who charge. And leaning towards.
We can do it. Alright, so what you're going to do is you're going to put in your domain +2 corruption. So your corruption is going to be 3 now. You're going to put that little asterisk in the library points in death.
Okay.
And then you're going to add +2 power and 1 toughness, means you're at 5 power and 4 toughness.
Okay.
Alright, so after that, we are going to explore your Shade Vessel. Now, this is the time. This is the time when I don't suggest rolling. I would actually suggest picking, based on your scores right now. I would suggest picking a purity vessel, simply because that would balance out your stats, and having balanced stats in that regard is important for reasons we will explore later. So your real options for shade vessels right now are celestial, heraldic,
Ages.
and correct.
Let me see. I think I'm gonna do heraldic because it fits with the whole like. The whole sure theme, I guess.
Yes.
Wait, is it worth it to double up on like, for example, order? Like this also like knowledge.
It will be, yes. Yes, it will be important to do that.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. So put your purity up to 3. And put double asterisk in the order.
Okay.
And for your shade vessel, did you record what type of what your shade vessel was, your shade vessel type or form and whatnot?
The gin flask?
Yes, the gin flask.
I didn't know. Like,
Yeah, it's going to be. Let me pull that up. It's going to be right under the Dominion scores and shade pool. Right under the unstained shade box.
yes, it's type. Okay.
Yeah.
What I put in type?
For type, you're going to put in heraldic. And on the backslash section, you're going to put gin flask or gin ration flask. And you'll see that underneath where you have the stain and the siphon rolls, you're going to just copy paste the authority and the equality text. That's an integral part of casting your shade now.
Effect?
Yeah. So you're gonna put siphon over on the right side, and you're gonna put equality on the right side and authority on the left. As you do that, I'm just gonna go ahead and read them out. Authority. Every time you make a stain roll as a half action, treat your next order spell as if its target has X more fetter runes on them.
Authority on
where
which side?
Authority is on the left. So every time you make a stain roll as a half action, treat your next order spell as if its target has X more fetter runes on them, where X is equal to the amount of purity shade generated by that roll. So, in essence, you know how we were talking about banish spells?
Right.
Yeah, go to, yeah. What font size are you at right now?
I'm at 8.
Yeah. Most you can go with 8? Dang. Can you manually type in like 4?
Just gonna. There you go.
Okay.
Alright.
There we go.
There you go, that works.
Yeah. All right, and you're going to do the same for the other side. So basically, what that ability does is, let's say you're in combat and you need to get shade real quick. You're going to have to get your stain roll as a half action. So if you succeed, what's going to happen is for each shade you generate from that roll, your target's going to be treated as if they have more better runes on them than they do. So it's going to help your spells pop off. Make sense?
Yeah.
Now your siphon ability is the negative, because the siphon roll is the roll that you will do to drain the realm of its shade. So every time you make a siphon roll, you gain fetter runes and exhaust a number of order spells equal to the amount of Sith levels that you gain from that roll.
Okay.
So it's a debuff to you and your spells.
Okay.
All right. All right. And from that point, we're going to go all the way down to page 100.
Shade vessels.
Yes. So, you want to go ahead and read that out?
Your first shade vessel is determined by what you had on hand when you awakened. It is now a magical item that allows you to interact with the shade. Your shade vessel is the object that permits you to make a siphon, sip, and that's sipe.
It's sip. You got it right.
Okay, siphon, sip, and stain rolls. It also permits you to cast cantrips that will give your skill tests boost when needed. Shade Vessel also determines what kind of spells you're able to create and cast, and what effects occur when you siphon or stain. Your Shade Vessel can also convert the unstained shade that you did not successfully stain into the stained shade. As a half action, you may convert 3 unstained shade into 1 stained shade, as long as your Shade Vessel is in your possession.
Hello?
Yeah?
Okay.
Wait, sorry. I zoned out. The last one is the Shade Vessel is an incredibly powerful and intimidating item. As such, even if lost or destroyed, your Shade Vessel may be created or teleported full action at the cost of a sip level.
Okay.
Stain.
So,
Stain is based on your Dominion score and tells how much of the shade in your shade pool is stained. A testing sip.
and this is basically the Warhammer like range dice roll. If your score is 1, you stay on a 6 on a 6. 2, 5 plus, 3, 4 plus, so on and so on. So I was telling you about balance, because you have scores of 3. You each of those 3 dice are going to become stained on rolls of 4 or more.
Why did
So for your
what just happened?
Aether,
Wait, hold on. Where'd all the stuff I wrote down go? What just happened? It refreshed.
no.
No! What just happened?
Well, not all of it refreshed. You still have the stuff at the bottom.
Oh, no, it's... Okay, never mind, it's fine. I don't know what the fuck just happened. That was weird.
Yeah.
How odd.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, go on.
So based on your Dominion score, your stain score correlates to that. So a stain score of 1, a Dominion score of 1 is a stain score of 6. 6 plus. 3 is 4 plus. And chat's caught on to something. They're like, I didn't catch it, but this is a pure D6 system. Yes, it is. And that's intentional. The reason I stuck with D6 is because everyone has them. Everyone has D6s around. And also, when you do your skill tests, I like characters being able to do what they've been made to do. So a roll of 3d6 is more reliably going to give you an average of 10 between that 9 and 11 range. So your average rate of success is going to be more reliable. Your skill tests are always going to be your a 3d6 plus your skill bonus total. And your shade rolls, the rolls that you make to generate shade, we're going through that right now with your shade vessel, with the shade vessel section. Okay, so go ahead and read over the how stain rolls are done, because
for example, you're an honorable shade mage and you have Dominion score of 3. 3 vitality, 3 destruction, and 1 aether. When you roll a stain shade from your shade vessel, you will roll a total of 7d6. Either roll these dice separately for each Dominion, or record the results, or you can roll them all together if you're able to tell which dice represent which Dominion. Before rolling, you may not roll all 7d6 and then decide afterwards which dice belong to which Dominion. So, sorry, that was okay. That makes sense. Yeah. So it's like if you have like color coded dice, for example, for your stuff.
And when I release this game, I have like sets of colored D6s.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. 1d6 represent aether and will only provide stained shade on a 6. 3d6 represent destruction, will provide stained shade on rolls of fire. 3d6 will represent vitality and provides stained or higher. Okay, I see, that makes sense. So the higher your score, the less you have to get a 6.
Yeah.
So basically, like the
Yes.
Okay. For Aether, you rolled a 3. Since you needed a 6 to stain, that dice represents an unstained shade. It is recorded in the unstained shade checkbox at the bottom of the shade pool portion of the character sheet. Destruction, you rolled 2, 4, and 5. Since you needed a 4 to stain, rolls of 5 and 6 represent destruction shade. For destruction shade checkboxes at the bottom of the destruction score. And the roll of 2 represents unstained shade is recorded in the unstained shade box at the bottom of the shade portion of the character. For vitality, you rolled 2, 3, 5. Since you needed a 4 to stain, roll 5 represents vitality shade and is recorded in the vitality shade box. Yep. The ones that miss fail.
Yeah.
All that shade is now ready to be used to cast spells. If your shade vessel has a stain effect, it resolves now. Okay.
Pretty much. Alright, and the other perk to your shade vessel type is now that you have the heraldic shade vessel. What that means is that every spell that you create with that shade vessel must have at least one order spell template. in it. So that's another thing that we can look at right now on your character sheet. All the, but we'll get to the library points later. All that. Just know that your shade vessel type determines the kind of spells you can cast, sort of.
Okay.
All right. And so going down to Siphon, the Siphon roll. Yeah, go ahead.
So, the shade that you get, that's what you use to then cast spells, right?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the unstained shade?
That's a very good question. The unstained shade can be used for cantrips. It can be used for artifact creation. You can at any time as a shade mage turn an item into a spell template to recreate that item later. And generally, you would use unstained shade to do that. This is intentional. It is intentional that a shade mage can have a spell template of a set of arrows, for example. So what you're able to do is say, let's say you run out of ammunition. You haven't run out of ammunition. You just need to pay your shade for your spell template for your artifact, and it just refills. That's intentional.
Okay. That's good.
Yes. So unstained shade does serve a purpose, and there is an entire build. If you had gone enigmatic, there's actually an unstained shade artificer built inside of the game.
Oh, okay. Cool. So, like, no matter what, you're able to use that shade for something.
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Now that being said, obviously, it's a lot easier to get. It's a lot easy. It's a lot easier to the stained spells and effects cost less. Like, if there's a particular effect you want, whether you want to give something flying, whether you want to give it haste or trample or whatever, you can do that with unstained shade, but it will be more expensive. Does that make sense? So that there's a power differential there. Chad is asking, is unstained shade just basically money, or has it combat application? It does have.
Cantrips, right?
Yes, you can use cantrips with them, and cantrips apply to all skill test rolls. And your combat rolls are skill test rolls. Like you'll notice that there's no like weapon skill variant or like a strength kind of stat in this game. That's because your attack and defense rolls are based on your weapons rather than your inherent attributes. So yeah. And that takes us to the Siphon. The Siphon roll is the deadliest roll in the game. This is where you run out of shade in your shade vessel, and now you have to draw it in from the realm itself. And the Siphon roll is very straightforward. Your Siphon roll starts as equal to your combined Dominion scores. So where it says Siphon roll under your shade vessel type, I'm going to put a 7 in there. And each time you siphon from the realm, you're going to roll 7 dice. And every time that dice hits 4 or more, you're going to pick up your shade vessel. So your shade vessel, when you start playing, starts at full.
Okay.
And each time you sip from it, it goes down a sip level.
I like that it's called Sip, and I made my Shade Vessel gin.
Yes.
This works really
Yes,
well.
that is.
Hey, baby.
This
Yes.
satisfies me. Yes, Bob?
I think a 65-inch was a bit excessive.
Why?
Want to come look at it?
Oh, fuck's sakes. Give me just a second.
Is she essentially saying it's too big?
Huh?
Is she saying it's too big?
TV? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about penis.
Give me a sec.
All right, chat. Hit me with your questions. I know you're curious. The mods are away. All right. Also, you can also think of Unstained Shade as your as like did you read the rules of similar stuff like Mage the Ascension? I'm familiar with Mage the Ascension, and there really wasn't a lot I could glean from that. If I'm being perfectly honest, I tried, but there really wasn't a lot that they had that I wanted to do. Most other magic systems are very, very abstract. They want you to they kind of want you to figure out whether something applies or not from their magic skills, and that's reasonable. But because I'm taking a card game and turning it into like a role play game, it's the reverse. How's it doing?
Our TV arrived, and my wife is surprised at the size. Even though I told her that the reason I picked that size was because I measured the desk and it would fit perfectly on our buffet table. And now it's arrived. She's like, I think it was too big, and I was like, what do you mean? You said you didn't want it to hang off the edges of the buffet table, so I got it to fit. And she was like, it's literally the size of the buffet table, and I was like, yeah.
I know what I ordered, woman.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm playing with this.
Yeah, I'm being given the autism medal for doing all of this because I didn't copy paste Mage the Ascension. That wouldn't have worked, and the reason why is, as I was saying, Mage the Ascensions and the same goes for Shadowrun. Their magic systems rely on spell lists and concepts that are very very abstract.
Will be too
and
sword
because
upside down. It's meant to be down to her bag. Oh.
Uh-huh.
But I will remember this.
But no, but because I'm using a very specific spell set, or I have very specific inspiration as far as the effects from Magic the Gathering, it just wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have been a good one-to-one. So I did go and find something else. But I have picked and pulled from a lot of other systems. So I copy-pasted where I could have, to be fair. So, in any case, step level is fairly self-explanatory. Shade test and cantrips. So, your shade test / cantrip bonus are tools to help you explore the realms. These stats are equal to your highest Dominion scores. So your shade test and cantrips bonus is going to be 3. You there, Rosa?
Hello, I'm here. I heard my name being called.
Okay.
Sorry. I went to go fix the sword.
Got it.
I was like,
Okay.
if I don't do it now, I'll forget.
Fair enough. I was yapping away anyway. But
Sorry,
we just
my
skimmed through.
ADHD makes this probably very difficult. I suspect we're gonna have to do a session too.
Yeah, going through this and then actually playing the game. Yeah, trust me, you're gonna. This is gonna be fun. So we're gonna skip past sip level because that's kind of self-explanatory. That's how much shade is left in your shade vessel. So scroll down to your shade tests and cantrips.
Okay.
Your shade tests and cantrips are tools. They're excellent tools to help you explore the realms. These stats are equal to your highest Dominion score, and they scale together. So your modifier for that is going to be 3.
Okay. And this goes.
And it should be under your siphon roll.
Oh, here it is. Shade test / cantrip. This has like compressed all of the like stuff together.
Yeah.
Willing to, like...
I'll go ahead and remake your sheet and send it to you.
Yeah, I was thinking like if my wife was home when we started, I would have had her print it, and I would have just started writing it up.
Yeah. So yeah, that score's going to be a 3. And under cantrips, it explains that sometimes a shade main needs a little extra assistance beyond their mortal capabilities.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you plan to have counters? Or like these boxes? Like physical, like little, like something you can place down onto your page?
Now, I can make those. That would be easy.
Because something I was thinking is that, like, you know, writing in how much shade you have and erasing it. I mean, that could get tedious in like during play. That's like the one
Absolutely.
thing in my mind.
You know what? You're not wrong. And I am working on a box set right now, so yeah, that's definitely something I'm gonna put in the back of my mind. That's a good idea. So yes.
Oh, my wife.
Tentatively.
My wife is calling me.
All right. Yes, Rosa was in shock. She was fixing her sword. Many such cases. Mm,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna help my wife put the legs on.
Alrighty.
He's struggling.
Mm. So basically, since Rose is gone, we got a few minutes to ourselves. Basically, cantrips are, how do I put this? If you've ever played Vampire the Masquerade, it's like whenever you pay willpower and you get like to add certain dice to your roll. It's almost like that, except um, after having failed a skill test, the Shade Mage may pay one Unstained Shade, hence the Unstained Shade usage, to add their cantrip bonus to their failed roll. So all of Rose's rolls will have basically a wiggle room of 3. So if they fail their roll within 3, they
I'm back.
automatically succeed anyway. How's it going?
Alright.
I am explaining what cantrips do for you. So,
Okay.
sometimes you need a little more assistance than normal. So basically, after you fail a skill test, you can pay an Unstained Shade to add your cantrip bonus to your failed roll.
Oh.
That's what the Unstained Shade is for. And so, again, you're a magical being. And what's really cool is you can kind of like, as your own character, describe how the shade does this, or how that manifests for your character. So basically, you get an almost fail.
Hmm.
I played a D10 system for a while. I had exploding. Yeah, almost like that. Shade tests. Shade tests are rolls that occur at the discretion of the Shade Master. These are rolls that represent any basic action that the Shade could reasonably perform, such as sensing the Shade in a near area or object, translating unknown languages, powering a basic contraption, so on and so forth. Shade test rolls are also used to explore the realms for library points and find sources of power to increase their shade capacity in a domain. The shade test rolls also include a shade cost before the appropriate roll, the cost of which is set at the Shade Master's discretion, and they're usually between 1 to 3 stained or unstained shade. For tests including acquiring more library points or sensing the shade. It can be adjusted as the Shade Master seems fit. And the roll for shade test is typically 3d6 plus the shade test bonus, with a base DC of 10. Alternatively, the Shade Master may let a Shade Mage use the shade capacity of a particular domain they are actively seeking to enhance. So, for example, if you were out in the wild and you decided you wanted more library points in, say, death or order or light or something that you have a shade score in, you can do so, and you would add that domain as your bonus instead of your shade test bonus.
Okay.
And you would specifically get results for that particular domain. So, as you can tell from this, there is no experience point system in this game. Everything is initiative based. If you want to grow your character, that's up to the player.
Okay.
Spell battery always starts at 1. It can be increased by spells or aspects, but such bonuses are usually temporary and or highly situational. During your turn, you may, as a half action, make a spell battery roll. To do so, simply roll a number of d6 equal to your spell battery dice and choose the highest result. You may then ready any exhausted spell in your library of that spell battery or lower. Spell battery, when you start making spells and whatnot, is determined by their shade. So If it costs 1 or 2, you can recharge them on a 2+. And it goes up to 6. And anything above 6 can be regened on a 6+.
Okay.
So that's your draw mechanic. To make sense of that.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're going to go back to your resistance stats. You see all those numbers you have
Mm-hmm.
for your sanity, your coil, grit, and whatnot. Go ahead and add your toughness to those numbers.
Toughness.
So add.
Okay.
All right. And so now we're going to explain what your resistances are. Starting with just a basic synopsis of it. As a Shade Mage, you have inherent resistance to certain kinds of spells and rune casting. Your natural resistance is inherently determined by your own individual essence and background. Sanity represents your innate resistance to mental attacks and spells that target the mind and perception. Whether the number of stress or focus runes exceeds your sanity, and a skill test roll is failed, a debilitation is activated. Standard debilitation is becoming exhausted. Exhausted is basically our mechanic for when a creature is tapped and it can't be used for anything else. Also in Shades of Dominion, when you're exhausted and you're attacked, you automatically take full damage.
Oh.
So when you're attacking and you're making that primary attack, you're going to exhaust yourself. So you're taking the risk that it's going to be worth it. And sanity is your toughness plus your bonuses, which we've already taken care of. And coil represents the strength of your connection to your body, the strength of your connection between the body and the soul. Whenever the number of blight or curse runes exceeds your coil, you will permanently lose 1 toughness each time you become exhausted. In the case of curse runes, an exception is made for becoming exhausted from making a primary attack. And when you lose all of your toughness, it's automatic death. So taking care of your coil is something that you're going to want to take care of. Grit. Grit represents your will to push forward despite physical or psychological distraction. As a half action, you may remove bleed or frenzy runes equal to your grit at the end of your turn, so long as there are less runes on you than your grit. As you may have guessed, bleed runes do extra damage, and if you have enough frenzy runes can actually they give you a skill buff and a damage buff. They make you stronger, but if you have enough of them on you, your opponent can use them to take control of you.
I see.
Yes. Agency. Agency represents your will to maintain your confidence, liberty, and independence despite any form of pressure, guilt, anxiety, or shame. As a half action, you may remove fetter runes equal to your agency so long as your agency is equal to or greater than the amount of runes on you as a half action. Fetter runes are the things that allow you to be banished. And stamina represents your body's ability to absorb and endure toxins and other extreme metabolic enhancements to your vital systems. Whenever the number of poison or serum runes exceeds your stamina, roll 1d6, and if the result is 4 or higher, you will lose a wound.
What?
And so as you go through your spells, you're going to see, as you go through spell creation, you're going to see spells that will add or will cause rune casting, where you'll be able to inflict these runes on your target.
Okay.
Other items, wounds. These wounds represent the amount of times you can take damage that exceeds your toughness and not die. So once you're down to 0 wounds, you are dead. You start with wounds equal to your highest dominion score, so you're going to have wounds equal to 3. And that's next to your power and toughness.
Okay.
Alright, protection points, the PP next to your wounds represent your defense skill, represents a bonus to your defense skill rolls in combat granted to you by spells, character aspects, and items like armor and shields. The Shade Pool Workshop is exactly what it sounds like. It's where you manage your shade. And the Spell Domain. This is where we get into the fun stuff. We're just going to skip that first part and go down to Shade Capacity. Shade capacity is very simply the amount of shade any spell you create or cast can contain. So your shade capacity for each of those domains is equal to the domain score, that domain. So for each of your domains, where it says shade cap and library points and whatnot, in the shade cap, go ahead and just copy pasta. For example, Aether is blue. So for illusion, knowledge, and manipulation, you just put 1. 1's in there. For corruption, you would put 3 in ambition, darkness, and death. Yes. And the same for the white or the gray, you put 3 in light, order, and protect.
Okay.
All right, and now that we have that, okay, so continuing further, so a dominion score of 5 in Aether will mean a 5 shade capacity in domains of illusion, knowledge, and manipulation. When casting a spell with X, X cannot add more shade to that casting than the shade capacity of that spell based on the domains in it. When spell twining or mixing and matching spell templates from different domains, your shade capacity for that spell cannot be more than the lowest shade capacity among the domains of spell templates. Make that. So if you had, say, let's just say, for example, you had a shade cap of 2 in chaos and 3 in death, and you wanted to make a chaos death spell, it could only be a shade cap of 2. All right, and library points. So for each asterisk you have in the library points of a domain, add the value of the domain in that box. So for death, you would have 3 library points, and for order, you would have 6.
Okay.
All right. So now, so later on in character creation, you're going to scroll down and look at the spell list and pick spell lists to start with. You'll do that later after we're done with it.
Okay.
or we can do it now. However you want to do it.
I think it's supposed to be
But before we
later. Maybe even next time.
okay, yes. Character aspects. This is going to be the fun part. This is the part y'all came here for. The next part of embracing the shade is choosing what character aspects you want as part of your shade. Aspects are powers and abilities that set you apart from every other shade mage. Your unique combination of aspects will affect how you interact in battle and can turn the tide in your favor. Choose at least 2 or 3 character aspects with a spell domain of 3 from any spell domain list of character aspects. After choosing your character aspects, add them to your character with the accompanying shade affliction at the bottom of your character sheet. So, personal specializations, the classes of the class system. Yes, exactly that. So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down to character aspects, which is going to be page 110.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to start at 111.
Dominion of Aether?
I suppose. Where do you want to start looking for your character aspect? You want to start looking in order?
Start with here. Like, what are character aspects? Give me more.
Okay. Character aspects are so you haven't played Magic the Gathering.
No.
Okay. How do I explain this? They're basically your passive abilities.
Okay.
But they're stronger. They're a lot stronger than your normal, typical passive abilities in any other game. So, for example, if I was just to scroll down to Dominion of Aether, and you have, goodness gracious me, I just scrolled way out of there. So, give me a moment. So, these are the things that set you apart, and you can choose how you want to be a shade. Like, do you want to specialize in summoning creatures? Do you want to specialize in spell slinging, or do you want to be like an interaction combat?
Okay.
So you have those different aspects to them. And most of them have to be earned in game. The only real ones that you're getting for free are the ones that you're getting now.
Okay.
And
I have to pick them from my like the options that I have to like.
Yes.
Dominion score in, right?
Yeah. So the only ones you're going to be able to get are corruption and purity, because you need a Dominion score of at least 3 to get one. So,
okay. Let's go with the corruption one.
So let's go.
Combat utility aspects. Fucking mosquito mist.
So yeah, summoning aspects confer bonuses and abilities every time a shade summon spell is cast. Combat and utility is they grant you bonuses and abilities to actions that involve how you interact in combat or how you interact with others. Like if you were to get a charisma buff or something like that, that would be in the combat and utility aspects. And just basic shade aspects are whenever you throw a spell, an unchanneled or channeled spell that is not a creature, not an aspect, just spells, just raw spell slinging. They can do things from lowering shade costs to allowing more spell battery rolls, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So to give you an idea, so your domain is death, correct?
Yeah.
For corruption? Okay.
Oh, the corruption and purity.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing, is your shade aspects are divided by domain rather than dominion.
Okay.
Okay, so I apologize. You do have shade capacity in all of them. You just don't have library points. And honestly, when it comes to getting your aspects,
Oh.
your library points don't matter. So I'm being
Well,
overly specific here.
I just didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, for example, if you go down to ambition, actually, read off the corruption, the description of of corruptions on 117. I think you'll like this.
Oh, bro.
I know.
You said the corruption?
Mm-hmm. On 117.
Oh. Myth corruption is a source of ambition, darkness, and death is the motivation to stoop low enough to pick up power regardless of the cost. It is the need to terrify and humiliate your friends and family. With it, you will have the satisfaction of knowing you hold the lives of your enemies in your hands. You will be able to power your spells with blood. You will be able to command the very shadows. Eldritch power will itch at your fingertips. Mortal wounds will be as but mere scratches upon your coil. The dead will rise to do your bidding. Demons will whisper secrets and be able to rip horrors from your enemy's mind, and they will serve at your side. You will have the hunger and means to satisfy your every desire. And for all that promise, you will treat everyone you meet as objects to your own ends. You will have to hide your true self from naive masses. You will hide yourself from the light of day. Your bizarre connection to death cast a macabre tone things with the rest of society. Your drive will get the job done. Your drive to get the job done will leave a trail of innocent lives in your wake. No amount of money or power could help. This is the price of being corruption.
And to kind of represent that, you have things like the gatekeepers, which is the first ambition shade aspect in the shade summoning. And it says that whenever a shade summon you cast causes you to take damage or gain runes of any kind, you may attempt a spell battery roll. And this is basically to represent that whenever you cast a spell in Magic the Gathering, it would cause you damage or cause you to discard. This would give you a bonus. So whenever you bleed for a shade summon, you get to remember a spell.
What?
Same as Grave Secrets. Whenever you kill in combat and you didn't use the shade, you may attempt a spell battery roll.
Okay.
Demonic Wisdom. Whenever you cast a non-shade summoning spell that causes you to take damage, you may make another spell battery roll. So again, power for a price is Theme of Ambition.
Okay.
And so it goes. Why don't we skip down to Purity real quick? That's on page 129.
Yep. We have Purity, source of light, order, and protection. It possesses the powers of healing and refreshment, specialized ability to perform, to protect from harm. Yep. Give me just a sec. Sorry, I keep having to step away, by the way.
You're all right.
I'll be right back.
We're getting to the good stuff, guys. We're getting to the good stuff. Do. Yeah, but the personal specializations, the classes of classless systems. Sort of. I can't really refute that, but it's okay. Again, how would a random Shadewalker grow up in what circumstances? Um, that would depend on the world they grew up on. Did they grow up in a realm that had high magic? Did they grow up in a celestial realm where there's probably going to be a lot more shade mages or magics where the existence of the shade is more or less an out secret? Are they going to come from a world where because you have to understand, becoming a shade mage is still like a planeswalker spark event. There's no race of shade mage. There are realms where becoming a shade mage is more likely, most certainly, but it's still not. Again, it's not. How would a random grow up in what circumstance? It's that's actually we actually walked you through that in the awakening section. The kind of events that trigger the spark or the awakening, so to speak. I hope that answered the question. No, that's all right. We all need our small pleasures. I see that. As you were, sir.
Powers of healing and refreshment and specialize in the ability to protect from harm. This is the power that establishes the rule of law. The holy flames of justice will lash back at your foes. Impenetrable unseen shield is defending against foreign attacks. Soldiers stand in organized phalanx formations at your command. Your shield gleams with supernal glory, reflecting both spell and blade alike. Your soldiers bolster, encourage and defend one another. You can banish enemies for the time needed to make peace with their fellows, then deal with them when they arrive empty-handed. At a moment's notice, you can reveal your divine nature and take to the heavens with eagle's wings. You can restore health to the wounded and return the artifact to shining brand new glory. For all that promise, you will forever remain an idealistic fool. You will always tell the truth, even to those who will use it against you. Naivety will cause your powers to harm the innocent. Worse yet, you will alienate your allies by demanding they live up to your impossible standards and expectations. You will be a neat freak, and you will even abstain from a just cause, because the battle lacks honor. This is the price of being purity. So no matter what, there's like some sort of negative.
Absolutely. That is the point of the shade, is to take control of its own destiny rather than be controlled and handled. So, going down to the order, and actually, let's do. Hang on. Is this out of order? Or did I miss something? Okay. So, where do you think your character, as we have created them, is going? So, you're basically an undead orders or order mage zombie seeking revenge for your death.
Yeah.
Sort of. Okay.
Undead soldier.
Undead soldier, yes. Okay.
Um. Fucking. Damn. Fucking. Why? What is that? Fuck her.
So, where is your Ooh, I like this one.
Healing wing seems fun.
Where's that?
Healing wings. Light aspect.
Okay. Healing.
I like healing wings, and I also like going back up to, like, was it darkness?
Ah, okay. You see the numbers on the far left column.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only at character creation, you can only pick basically the topmost.
Top one. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like.
I'm sorry.
That's how much of that stat you need. Especially if it's
Yes.
progression. That's like what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Or what you can get at later levels.
Yes.
Um. hmm. I like pacifism. I want to take that one.
Okay.
Where should I put it?
That goes in the character aspects.
Huh?
Under name, you would put the pacifism. Right there.
Okay. That's fine. And then activation?
Is 3.
And then affected.
Plus 5 to all stealth checks to avoid it.
Okay. Uh.
All right, and before we pick a new one, what we're going to do is we're going to put your Shade Affliction down in your Shade Affliction. So, you must always stand up to the weakened power.
Sorry, repeat that.
It's down further on your.
It's a.
Yeah, you must always stand up to the weakened power.
I see. These are basically character traits based on what powers you get. Basically, you're like the shade grants you power, and in return, you have to basically keep up certain. And it's kind of like a paladin.
Yes, except unlike a paladin, there are actual consequences. So in old school magic, if you left mana in your mana pool, you experienced mana burn at the end of your turn. Like if you tap too much mana, it would punish you later. In this game, you have shade burn. Every time you disobey your shade affliction, and you have used the shade, you will take a d6 worth of damage for each of those tick the boxes on the side.
Oh.
Yes.
So it starts off as 1d6, then 6,
Mm-hmm. And after that, it's just 3d6, 3d6, 3d6. So don't deny the shade, or it denies you.
I see.
Also, I think you would like it. Do you see your character, your shade mage, as someone who would be summoning a lot?
No.
No. Okay.
No. I don't typically go for like summons, in like anything that I play. I like doing the things
Okay.
myself usually.
Nice. Okay. In that case, nice. Okay. Let's pause from this for a second. We're gonna go back to your characters.
Okay.
All right. Scroll up to go to your character sheet, and for each of your skills, you're going to put in their values. So for the Aether symbol, you're going to put all ones down there except for where it's blacked out. The thick colored boxes are double value. So your history score in Aether is going to be a 2 instead of a 1. Okay?
Alright. Okay.
And for corruption, it's the same. You're going to do all threes except for endurance, which is going to be a 6.
Then impurities, same thing, all 3 except for...
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, and for your background, you're going to remove those asterisks and put 3s in their place. Because that's your purity score.
Again? Oh. Okay.
Alright, and then you just add them across. So acrobatics is going to be a 4. Athletics is going to be 2, 1, 3, 7,
What?
I believe.
Wait, which one?
Oh,
Oh, athletics. Sorry. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Athletics is going to be 7, right?
I just realized okay, yeah.
Yeah, athletics should be 7.
Athletics is 7. Sorry, my bad. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, I skipped acrobatics. 4. Okay, bluff is gonna be a 10.
Yes.
Diplomacy is a 10. Endurance is 12.
Very nice. That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Heal's gonna be a 9. Five. Insight 4. Intimidate's gonna be a 4. Nature's 7. Perception's gonna be a 7. Yes, 7. Health isn't 7. Wait, what? 4. Wow!
Brother-Doom donated $44.
Thank
Full
you!
Daily and a weekly goal met.
Nice.
Sorry, I do need to draw, so we're actually gonna have to end like. Oh, because I owe you guys 3 drawings now. One for today, one for yesterday, one for earlier in the week. So, yeah, thank you!
Alright. Okay, so now that we have that, some of the choices we make with your character aspects might make a little more sense. For example, if I was to go up to corruption in the death, I believe it is, Stone Cold Soul.
Give me just a second. Yeah, thank you for the Doom. Did it. Okay. Oh, so you're saying?
So, go ahead and hit up page number 121 in the rulebook.
Yep.
Stone Cold Soul. When attacked in combat, you can choose to change your defense skill roll to your endurance skill instead. Use this ability only if you have made eye contact with your attacker before the attack was made. However, this bonus will apply even if you were surprised by the attack.
This is kind of awesome.
So if you were surprised and you were able to make eye contact with them, this bonus still applies. So how combat works, and let me explain why this is advantageous. So let's say you're attacked with a cleaver, okay? and they decide that they're going to hack at you with their cleaver. Their cleaver has a skill set. They're going to attack with their athletics, and they're going to attack your acrobatic skill. Basically, they're testing how fast you're going to move. Understand?
Okay.
You, with this ability, can change your defense skill roll automatically to endurance instead. You see, and this is something about combat in Magic the Gathering that I had to make sense of, because that, yeah, sort of they're contesting your dex modifier to AC, but not really. What you're doing is you're basically saying, how do I make the player who is an Aether Mage, who's more of a ninja, just as capable in combat as the Barbarian? Because that's essentially what you have to do in Magic, is you have to make sure that these things are, because in Magic the Gathering, the question is not, am I going to win? The question is, how am I going to win? And you have to appease pretty much any strategy that's out there. So the way that made the most sense to me was to make each weapon its own almost randomized combat. Almost completely randomized. And this is also pretty nifty, because what you get to do is, if you're the Shade Master, it can randomize loot drops, because they get a longbow or a flail or whatnot, it doesn't determine what skill tests those weapons have. So you can kind of randomize loot this way.
Huh.
Alright, and for that one, 121. Now go ahead and slap the Shade Affliction on there.
The what? Oh yeah, right. The
Shade
heal
Affliction.
anyway. Wait. Not heal in any way. Any target with only one.
Yeah, you are not allowed to deny death his due.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see anything else you like?
Was looking at one of the shadow weapon, but my intimidate is actually very high, so maybe not.
No, that's good. You want that.
Huh?
That's actually perfect. Is your intimidate high?
No, it's not. It's not very high.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
4.
Oh, yeah. No. Ooh, how about Grave Secrets?
Is that?
It's an ambition in the combat utility aspects.
Not a bad idea. Actually, yeah. I'm just gonna look at like
Okay.
I think bark is interesting. My bluff is my high skill.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
Alrighty.
Boop.
Yep. The booping has occurred.
Hmm?
I said the booping has occurred.
Yeah, I've been that booped me! Oh, good. Okay. And then I gotta
Alright,
add the
and yes. You're severely autistic.
Oh god.
You must organize every collection of items you encounter by color, size, or name.
The Giga OCD.
Yes. You know, this is probably why your soldier was killed in the first place.
That's crazy. Why can't I make this stand out? Okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh no,
You see how...
these bodies on the battlefield, they're all wearing different colored jackets. I must organize them from smallest midget soldier to tallest soldier and color code them. And also they have dog tags. Let me put them in alphabetical order while I'm at it.
I'm not sure the Shade Master would rule that dead bodies are a collection of items, but okay.
I am a master over death. All life are objects.
Gotta stab that one first. No, the other one is taller, but oh no, the other one is a darker shade. I love it. No, there's another death aspect where the affliction is whenever you find a body, you have to automatically autopsy it to determine what killed it.
That man. You like kill a bunch of people, you blink, it's like, well, no autopsy the guys I just murdered. Oh, look at that, yep, the knife I stabbed him in the guts with, that's what killed him.
Yes. The cause of death, me. Alright. Okay. So scrolling back up.
Going back up where?
We're gonna scroll back up to 108.
You know, it was me
Down
who
at the
killed them, but what was the thing that really pushed them over the edge?
yeah.
Why did they fight me? That was the real reason.
Turns out it was a fentanyl overdose after all.
Huh. No way.
Imagine that. All right. So next steps at the bottom of page 108, where we're at, and we're going to determine what your unarmed attack skills are. Your unarmed attack skill is the highest among acrobatics, athletics, bluff, or streetwise.
Wait, you said it was on page 108?
Yes,
Oh,
the bottom.
Oh.
Next steps.
Okay, so what am I doing?
Your unarmed attack. So where it says attack, you're going to record there the highest of acrobatics, athletics, bluff, or streetwise.
Acrobatics is 7. Athletics. Okay, acrobatics is 4. Athletics is 7. Bluff is 10. Why is things like 10? Bluff.
Okay.
I'm a Giga Bluffer.
Well, that's how you that's how you dodge in combat. That is your you have a fainting style in of combat, and your unarmed defense is your lowest skill among athletics, acrobatics, endurance, or perception.
Oh. Athletics. Max already on the lowest of any of my.
Yes, but you have to pick the actual.
I have to pick which stat it's based off?
Yes.
Oh. Well, athletics is a 4, acrobatics is. Sorry, athletics is not a 4, acrobatics is 1 to 4. Endurance is pretty high. Perception
7?
7, so yeah, it is acrobatics.
Okay. Yes.
Arm damage equal to your power.
Your power is 5.
Nice.
All right, and for your attack, it is bluff.
Yeah. I put like the name of the skill next to the number.
Oh yes, yes. You
Okay.
the number doesn't matter. It's the skill. The skill itself.
Oh! Attack. Bobby, I'm stupid.
You're all right.
Athletics and oh yeah, that actually is
Mm-hmm. That stays the same. All right, so I think we have the basics of what you need. I think next time we'll go over your spell list and crafting spells.
Imagine like a bluff unarmed attack, like, I'm not gonna punch you. Yes you are. No I'm not. I'm not gonna fall for that bluff. Oh yeah? Look over there. Huh? Bam! Punches in the face.
I
fell for
yes,
it.
exactly.
Okay. Oh, what's next you said?
So I think that's all we're gonna do for now. Next session we're going to conquer your spells.
Okay.
And actually, let's do this before we'll do this before and after. We'll do this now, and then we'll do it when we start up again, going over starting spells. So, go ahead and read that off if you don't mind.
Okay. After this, all that is left is to create your starting spells. You can create any number of spells using your library points to buy spell templates. Spell template on its own can and often is a spell. Spell templates can be integrated. New and unique spells by simplifying both the shade costs. For example, an artisan with a cruel essence was awakened by one of his experiences. His mnemonic screwdriver, psychic, and to become a shade mage. The Dominion score, with Dominion scores of 5 Aether, 1 Corruption, with 15 library points in the main and 5 library points in the manipulation. His Dominion score here is 5. Therefore, shade capacity and an illusion knowledge and really also 5 because of his. Because of his fate vessel type, every spell he must contain at least 1 illusion template. Because of this, each spell with a manipulation spell must include the Shade Mage cannot select any of the spell templates found in or any of the spell domains that they have no library. So long as the spell templates are from illusion or manipulation, and there is 1 illusion spell used, the other spell cannot possibly. For example, the Shade Mage can combine the spell templates illusion to create a spell. The spell battery of plus costs that, with the effect of place X stress rune plus 1 on the target. If that target has stress runes equal to infinity. Note that because this shade mage shade capacity is at 5, that X will not be able to boost it higher. Ether of the 5 shade of it already taken up in the base cost. The Shade Mage now has 14 illusory library points and 4 manipulation spend. I feel pressured to need to spend or use our library points. Okay. Good.
So yeah, when we start up again next month, I'll walk you through spell creation, and we'll go over that again. And yeah, we'll start making spells, twining spells, because you have death and order, which is going to be an interesting combination. So that'll be fun.
Okay. All right then. Is that all we're doing for today?
Yeah, let's end it here.
Okay. Begin to hear that. Man, this is like super interesting. I feel like a lot of the things that you said, like, went in one ear, out the other ear, and they're just not gonna make sense until I actually like am hands on.
You have to play it to make it make sense.
Yeah, like it doesn't sound that complicated. It just sounds like a lot of like it's like there's a lot of like numbers tracking and stuff involved. It also doesn't help that I don't really know how the game yet, like on a gameplay level. But I think like once I start actually applying all these things to something that I'm doing, I think I'll get the hang. It doesn't seem that complicated.
No.
This reminds me of when I recently played some Pathfinder with some friends. And I never played Pathfinder before, like modified Pathfinder thing that we were doing. And I remember I got a similar vibe at the very beginning where I was like going through and I have to like get all these things. this, and it's like there's all these like different things. But then like once you start playing, it's like oh, and everything makes.
Yeah. Were you playing with Bill and Aiden? Broken Ground. If not, it's okay.
No idea what that is.
Okay. All right. Never mind, because I also joined a Pathfinder group about 2 years ago, and I went through the same thing, but the game master's like, after I finished making my character, he's like, "This came together so smoothly. I'm just going to take a moment and just bask in its glory." And so I'm like, "Yes, I did it right, huzzah!" So
Yeah,
and he does Edition 1 Pathfinder, and that's my God, the resources for that is literally cyclopean. It's massive. So you are sorting through immense amounts of stuff. In any case, any questions, concern?
Not really. I think I've like mostly got the feel for it. I feel like I feel like I need to come up with a name for my character.
You want to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
The player is.
What are we gonna name this?
What will my character's name be? Chat. Do you want to decide my character's name? Pathfinder was made by people who hate 4E. Pathfinder 1 is subscribed to D&D 3.5e, right? Yeah, correct.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And they were right.
That is correct. What I'm gonna end up like coming up with once I like redo like once the incredibly long series that is me revising D&D 5e is done, I'm gonna basically make the Pathfinder for 3.5e equivalent for 5e basically.
Okay.
I'm gonna end up making like what Pathfinder is to 3.5 is what I'm gonna be making, but for 5e basically. It'd be like man, I fucking hate the new D bullshit. So I made my own, my own 5e.
Yeah, that is essentially that's what I'm doing with Magic, because the role play things that they've come out with, like the crossovers between Magic and D&D, as I said, they're so insulting to what a Magic the Gathering player would want to do or play as. I'm like, I don't have to put up with this shit. I really don't.
Yeah.
Like I can play my own game.
I like how hating Wizards of the Coast is like the source for like new good systems.
Yes.
It's like, man, Wizards of the Coast fucked up my shit, so I made my own shit.
Exactly.
Can you make a book for your revisions? You can sell it. Maybe. Like once I'm done with them. For context, we're 3 sessions in, and all I've done is redo Ranger. Also really like some of your Ranger stuff. My DM will not accept some VTuber on YouTube when presented with homebrew. That's fair. that is very fair. Yeah, like so far, like we're 3 sessions in, and we've done the base Ranger class, and we've revised Drake Warden, and we've revised Beastmaster. Those are the things that we've revised so far. Yeah, it's gonna be a long road to revise all of 5e, because also there's rules I wanna make to basically add options for like difficulty and like severity, basically. So there's stuff like that I want to do as well. And I also want to add just because like I feel like D&D is like 5e is just like it's too, how do I put this? It's really difficult, especially when you get into later levels, to balance out encounters party. Like even if you don't give them magic items and all sorts of crazy shit, roll equipment, it's just like, man, like they can get so powerful, right? And like they're so tough to put down, and it kind of makes it difficult for fights to feel actually scary unless you make the enemies like bullshit strong. like unless you modify the mobs. So it almost kind of feels like 5e is just not meant to be high level, which is just bad design.
Yeah, that is bad design, and what I really like about, to contrast that with this system, I've done many play tests, and if you actually use the law of common scaling that I've applied to this system, with regard to combat and whatnot, a Shade Mage cannot they cannot solo a rare monster. Like if you were to pull like a rare creature from a pack and say we're going to put this in Shades of Dominion, you have to fight this monster. A shade mage cannot solo a rare monster. So I think I did the power level pretty well.
That sounds pretty solid. Half the monster manual. Yeah, dude, it's like, here's the thing, like even when you're looking at like really high end like mobs, rares, like the toughest of the tough monsters, right? The toughest of the tough monsters, you know, CR like in the 20s, right? You only need like 4 level 15 player characters. And that's it. You know? Like unless you change the fucking bosses and like give them a bunch of minions and shit, it's just like, stop, that was a continuation of my post above. Sorry. Extremely simplified, to the point where playing a human champion fighter means you need only 6 pages from the player's handbook. Playing a functioning druid means you need half the player's handbook, half the monster manual. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's really dumb. It's really, really dumb, and there's a lot of things that I don't like. I also like that if you play a druid, you automatically gain the ability to shapeshift. And it's one of the most, like, and shapeshifting just in general is just broken in that game because it just gives you an extra health bar. So if you play any mage, or if you just play a druid, and you have the ability to, like, polymorph, you are a tank. Simple as. You are now a tank. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to introduce you to the system, because I saw how you were handling the ranger. I'm like, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
that's pretty good work.
After years of just of DMing, I've come to notice that like why certain classes aren't played. And the problem with rangers, with druid, is the fact that no matter what druid subclass you pick, you have to deal with all the fucking of the shapeshifting of wild, right? So that kind of makes people not want to play druid, because no matter what, you have to deal with this really complicated bank system. And the issue with Ranger is, like I mentioned during my streams, is that Ranger is built around the exploration aspect, which is not an aspect that most people care about or really focus on, to the point where it's not an aspect that is even really well crafted in the rule set, you know, for 5e.
Yeah.
I know old
I heard
D&D had more mechanics around exploration. 5e has nothing in terms of rules around exploration.
Yeah, and that's I'll be honest, that's why with this system I made it a point to remove the kill something, get experience from it aspect of gaming, and I wanted to include an adventure mechanic that would help the players level themselves up based on initiative, right? Because if the players don't have any actual goals for themselves, it stalls the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's easier for a game master to make a good game just on a whim if the players actually have their own goals in addition to whatever story you have crafted for them. And it's easier, believe it or not, even if you have that extra material to work with, it's easier to weave it in, and people don't know that. So, so I made it a point to not only do we not have the bunk something level up aspect, that there is that built-in adventure for your shit kind of dynamic in this game. There is an inbuilt exploration mechanic that you have to participate in to improve your character.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty good. You want to play a dex fighter that actually does damage? What, in 5e? Not necessarily. It's just like in basic 5e, if you want to play a dex character that does damage, you don't play.
You play rogue, or play
even,
rogue, or
you. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah. You play like a rogue fighter multi-class. That is like the best build you can possibly fucking make. And if anything, you might take a dip into ranger for like nice passive. I say, looking at fucking fucker. But in any case, this has been a lot of fun. I look forward to doing more of this next month.
all right,
The next
awesome.
lab week. Actually, schedule in maybe.
Yeah. So on the 28th is when we'll meet up again.
Where the fuck is my phone? My wife stole it. Thief.
It is the conspiracy.
What day of the week is 20th?
It is the fourth week of June.
June. I don't know about doing it on a Saturday, just because typically Saturdays I do have things to do.
Okay.
Like if we hit for example like weekly goal, like I did this Saturday just because we didn't hit weekly last week, so I didn't have like a weekly reward stream this Saturday. Do next Saturday.
Okay.
But sometimes like any of the days like within the week.
All right. Let's shoot. Well, then let's shoot for either.
If we can though, let's avoid Thursday just because Thursday is usually the days my wife has off. She'll want to do a collab that day.
Yeah. Let's do Thursday then.
No. I said any day but Thursday. Thursday is
but Thursday.
Yeah. That's my wife's day off, so she usually do a collab on those.
Yes. All right. Tuesday then.
Tuesday?
Yes.
That's the 24th?
No,
No.
the 27th, I believe.
Okay, Tuesday?
No, yeah, the 24th. The 24th. My bad. I was still looking at May.
Next month's collab week is also the week. I can't do Tuesday. Tuesday is my anniversary with my wife.
Oh shit! Oh, congrats, dude.
No, I forgot. I'm glad that I checked. I mentioned to her like before this collab week started. I mentioned to her that next collab week was our anniversary, like from like when we started dating. So I'm probably not gonna do a collab that day. And then I forgot that just now. Like you mentioned Tuesday, I was like, let me look at Tuesday, and then it has like anniversary date. Like, oh fuck.
Mhm. All right. Monday then.
Monday works.
Monday works. All right.
If we do end up having to fit to the end of the week, I'll let you.
All right. Fair enough.
But Monday should work.
Yes. And let me get that in my phone right now.
I keep wanting to call. Every time that I go to write the name, I write an O,
Oblivion.
and then I erase it.
Jenny's got Oblivion on the brain.
I do. I played some of it this morning, and I'm sad because I got a headache, so I couldn't keep playing, and I was having fun, but my head was hurting, and I wouldn't lay down. Arrgh. Oh, right. I owe you guys drawings. Pathful owes you guys a song. So I'll see if I can get her in here to sing for you guys. But for now, let me go ahead and draw for you. MSP. Okay. Let me think. I need to draw something for yesterday. I already forgot what we did yesterday. We played Night Rain yesterday.
I was gonna ask, is that good?
It's fun. If you play
Okay.
with friends, it's fun, but it's tedious. It's Elden Ring. It's literally Elden Ring.
Okay.
Yeah. The issue with Elden Ring is that how do I put this? There is a long list of minor issues that basically make the game kind of shit to play more often than not. If what you're expecting is, like, for example, the Souls-like experience, it's not a bad game, right? But it is full of bad design, and for that reason, I will never put Elden Ring anywhere near like the Souls games as far as like quality, right? Like,
Okay.
I say quality, but just as far as game design, right? Because the game is quality. It's not buggy. It's not like, it is definitely one of those games that, like, you know, releases complete and it works, and the polish on the game is fucking right. The game is perfect polish, right? But it has issues mechanically and in the way that it's designed, and that's because it's no longer being designed for fun. It's being designed specifically, unquote, hard. The ever crying, ever whining, I need my game to be hard so I can pretend like I'm cool gamer.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, and
Just-
so that's
I'm-
that's my issue with it, is that they've reached the point where they've gone the same. Because, like, what made Dark Souls fun wasn't that the game was like super tedious, or like the boss fights were like crazy challenging or whatever. Like, it was just that, like, you needed to master the controls. You need to get good at the game. That's where get good came from. That's really all you can do to get to become better at Souls games. Play them more. As you master the controls,
Yeah.
you come to realize the game isn't hard at all. It never was hard. Right? With Elden Ring, it's actually striving to be hard, and it does so in the most lazy way possible, which is, I can actually show you. Actually, I don't know if I have it anymore, but I had on my computer the scaling chart for how HP and damage scales as you get into later, like, areas of Elden Ring, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's so nonsensical. And in the case of Elden Ring Night Rain, it's kind of hilarious, because you'll go through, like, the whole night, or like the whole like first day, right? And first off, the game is just completely unforgiving. If you fuck up and you don't have a super optimal run, you're gonna die your first night. And if you do somehow survive, you're not gonna survive the second one, because you're just not gonna be able to grind enough, right?
I see.
If you don't get lucky with drops, you're not gonna beat the final boss. And what sucks is that you can't restart your run. You can't quit your run in advance. You have to go all the way through it, unless you want to just quit the menu. And it sucks because you right away, right away, really early on in the run, anything goes off, your entire run is cooked. Not just that moment. You didn't just lose a little bit of time. Your entire run can be fucking cooked, because every little bit of time is, like, essential. You have no time to sit around and, like, fight random ads or do whatever. You have no time for any of that, because you have a very, very limited time window of, like, 20 minutes to basically go around and level up as much as possible and fight bosses and blah blah blah, right? And so the issue there, right, is that basically the actual bosses, like at the end of the night, are very much like balanced towards an optimal run. If you have a suboptimal run, it's going to be challenging. If you have a mediocre run, you're just dead. Like, maybe some skill could, counteract that. But at that point, you're only going to be able to do this if you're like, a fucking like no-hit speedrunner, right? Which seems to be like the sort of demographic that this game is catering to, right? And it's not that I put this. You can make a game like that good. This is not how you do it. Like, bad design, right? Making the game hard. First off, hard does not equal good. The game just being hard doesn't make it automatically make it a good game, right? For one, right? The game has to be well designed. It has to be a well-crafted challenge for it to be good. It just being hard doesn't mean anything, right? Like, I can make... If that's all it takes for a game to be good, then I can be the greatest game dev, and all I have to do is make a fucking near impossible game. E.T. was hard? Yeah, exactly. The E.T. game was hard. Doesn't make it a good fucking game. Right? So that's number one. Right? And then number two is bad design, right? Doesn't, necessarily mean the game is hard. It might just mean it's tedious, which is Elden Ring. The game itself isn't hard. At its core, it's Dark Souls. Right? So what did they do to make the Souls game harder? Well, in Elden Ring, what they did was they basically gave the enemies input read, which is fucking shit. This means that the enemy is not playing on the same field as you are, and they also just totally disbalance the player speed and enemy speed bosses, which does make the game a bit more challenging, which is fine. That's fine. But the one thing that they really did that really pisses me off is just the classic HP and damage goes up. HP and damage.
Yeah.
And it goes up at a rate that is ridiculous. And it is best showcased when you're playing Night Rain and you get to the final, you get to the end of the night, and before the boss spawns, you have some enemies. And usually it'll be a handful of small weak enemies, and then a couple of slightly less small enemies, right? So you'll have the super basic, well, you would normally 3-shot, right? In a game, right? You're rank and file, and then you have some slightly stronger enemies, and it's really uncanny when you go and you hit someone and you do a third of their HP, and you're like, yeah, that's a low tier enemy. These are all low tier enemies, are the same size as me. They're all small creatures, right? And then you go and you hit the next one that is supposed to be the next rank of enemy, and you do 100. And you have to sit there wailing. Yeah. You have to sit there wailing on a basic enemy for fucking a good 15.
Dang.
Right? Just fighting basic enemies before the boss even shows up. Right? It's just wild. And then you get to the boss fight, and the boss has 2 phases that he'll cycle through 3 times. Because that's just how much fucking HP he has. But rather than the old school, Dark Souls fashion bosses, where, you fight a boss and you get him down to, half, and then he goes into his, phase 2, and you get him down to, almost dead, and he gets more aggressive as he gets, lower HP, and maybe he might have a 3rd phase or whatever, right? Instead of that, it's you hit the boss, and it is the tiniest little tick from their HP, and you're just wailing on a boss that has essentially two phases with 4 moves per phase. So you're very quickly just doing the same thing over and over again within the same fight, and it creates that sort of tedious fuck, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, right? This is boring, right? I'm fighting a bullet sponge, right? Sort of effect within just fighting the boss once, right? We got to the second Night Lord when we played yesterday, and I got bored of the fight was awesome, right? And then he went to phase 2, and that was crazy. And then phase 1 came back around, and then phase 2 came back around again, and it very quickly got dull. Like, you can't have that much repetition within the same fight and not expect people of your boss, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's a hard boss, even if I don't beat it, it isn't, like, fun. That makes sense? And, like, I've had people be like, oh, it's just a skill issue, Judy. It's just a skill issue. Fucking bite me. I have a platinum trophy in Skyrim. Not Skyrim, in Elden Ring. I do also have a platinum trophy in Skyrim, but I have a platinum trophy in Elden Ring, right? I've played through all the previous Souls games one-handed. I'm pretty confident that I am above the average for people that play these games. I'm not amazing. I'm not like a no-hit runner. I'm not a speed runner. I'm not like a lunatic that does all these crazy fucking like insane challenge runs, right? Because I don't like playing games when they're tedious. I don't like just sitting there and fucking hitting the boss over and over again, doing 1 HP per hit because I decided I'm gonna do a fist only run. Okay? Like, that's not fun to me. Doing a tedious task and being like, I did it, isn't fun to me, right? I like for my game to be exhilarating, and Elden Ring loses its sense of exhilaration very fucking quickly when you're hitting the same boss who's doing the same 4 moves in the same cycle over and over and over and over and over again. It's very tedious when it's like, hey, just do the same thing 100 times without making a mistake, and then you win. It's like, that's not fun to me. And I think most people can agree that isn't necessarily fun. I think most people just, again, cling to the idea of the sense of glory they get of saying, hey, I did the fun, boring thing that people think is hard, quote unquote. Right? Shower with praise. I think people cling to that, and that's how you end up with a community like the people that like Elden Ring, that sort of get this sense of like superiority from beating this game, even though it's not hard. It's just tedious.
And I remember watching you defeat the dancing beast. And it was
DLC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is fucking ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous when you design enemies specifically to prevent your players from doing the thing that they're meant to do, which is dodge. Like, how completely fucking insane that is.
Yeah.
And again, it's this sort of like, I always like to compare it to D&D. That Miyazaki has gone from being a DM to being a what's what I'm looking for? From being a good DM to being a DM that's like against his players. Like when you play D&D, you have that one DM who's just a fucking asshole, whose sole mission is to go against you, to beat you.
Yeah.
Rather than tell a story with you. That's what Miyazaki has kind of become, and I think he's seeing the high of like people being like, oh my god, game. Oh yeah, this is the Dark Souls, blah blah blah. And I think he's chasing that sort of feeling of like, yep, I made that game that everyone's talking about. That's never gonna happen, because guess what? Everyone got good. The base gameplay, the base gameplay, like what made the game difficult was a control scheme, and everyone's mastered it now. So no matter what, you're not gonna make a hard, good game. The only way you can make the game harder is by making it bullshit, and that's what you're doing. Exactly what's fucking happening. Everyone got good. So unless you make a different type of game with a totally different control scheme, right? It's just not gonna happen.
You see, I'm the other way around. I've never played Dark Souls. I've only played Elden Ring.
Hmm?
That's my only Souls experience.
Yeah. If you go back to the other Souls games, you're gonna find that they're easy.
I was told the opposite. I was told that Elden Ring was the easiest of the Dark Souls.
No, people are stupid. People say that. Do you want to know why they say that?
Why?
Because they played the Dark Souls games first, so they associate them with the struggle of getting good. By the time they got to Elden Ring, they were already good. So Elden Ring is easy to them. That's all it is.
Oh.
Thank you, baby. Yeah,
Yeah.
People, I started playing through Dark Souls 1 with Mama Aka, who had the same sort of experience. He had only played Elden Ring, and we went back and played Dark Souls 1, and everyone was like, yeah, this game's gonna crush you, this game is so hard, blah, 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 blah. and they were like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. This game's easy as fuck, right?
You know what?
It's because Dark Souls games are not hard. They're a test of perseverance. If you keep playing the game and you master the controls, the game is easy. So if you've played through Elden Ring and then you go back, it might feel a little jank. It might feel a little bit more sluggish because there's slower paced games, right? But they're not gonna feel hard to you. And the reason why they're not gonna feel hard is because you already got good. You already mastered the control scheme. You might have a few like little hiccups here and there because there's a few differences in like the control scheme with Elden Ring. You can't jump, for example, right? So like that's something that's different.
Okay.
But it's not harder. It's not a harder game. The older games. It's just people associate them with being difficult because a lot of people played them first. So that's the game that they, struggled with before they got good.
Now, I'll be perfectly honest.
They remember it being hard.
I'm not a good Elden Ring player. Like I'm just gonna confess it. Whenever I need to go against something big or bad or nasty, I cast spells. I put in the distance. I'm like, nope, not fighting you. I'm going through a run. I'm going through a run right now where I'm basically teaching myself how to parry. I've gone through the entire game not learning how to parry. But this game, I'm finally learning that this account or this profile, I'm going to learn how to parry. So that's literally the level where I'm at.
Yeah. I bet you if you go back and you play Dark Souls 1, you could be able to parry really easily.
Yes, and that's what I was going to ask you. Because it seems like parrying is harder than it should be in Elden Ring.
Not only is it harder than it should be, it's unrewarding.
Okay. Okay.
In Elden Ring, some bosses, you'll parry them like 3 times before they even get a stagger. Which means that they actually give you a window to attack.
What?
Yeah, you have to parry them like 3 times for some of these bosses, and some of them, they like... If they have a visceral attack where you can like plunge your weapon into them and like do like a big execution or whatever, it'll do a chip of damage. And if they don't have that, you just have to wail on them. And if you're doing a slow weapon, you're not gonna be able to do a whole lot of damage to them in the window. Because that window's pretty small. And
damn,
like it's ridiculous. It's super unrewarding to do.
Now, so they actually did shrink the hitboxes. So parrying was harder?
Huh?
Like the how do you say?
I would just say that parrying is tighter. Parrying is cleaner in the newer games. I wouldn't say it's harder. I think it makes more sense. In the old games it was too easy.
Okay.
Yeah, like in the old games the parry windows were like ridiculous and like the hitbox for the parry was like insane. Right? I would say they cleaned up the parry. And the difficulty of it is fine. Of executing a parry, it's just not rewarding to do it. Unless you're like, you're doing like a speed run, right? And you specifically want to parry, do big damage. Parry, do big damage. In which case, I'm like, yeah, of course, right? If you're like really, really good and you have the parries down. But for like the average player, it's just not worth it. You're better off just hitting him.
Okay.
Like you're better off waiting for the opening,
Yeah, I'll just start playing Dark Souls then, because I'm trying to learn how to parry, and it's more difficult than it should be.
You want my advice? You want to play the best Souls game? Play Dark Souls 2.
Okay, Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls 2. Contrary to popular belief, it actually has the best hitboxes.
Nice.
I say the best, but it has on average cleaner hitboxes than the other games. Again, contrary to popular belief. A lot of people associate those 2 with being the one with the worst hitboxes. Most people are fucking idiots. And they haven't leveled up the stat for... So, Dark Souls 2 is the only one that makes you actually put points, invest into your ability to dodge. All the other games, your ability to dodge is just tied to your how much you're carrying. In Dark Souls 2, you actually have to invest into it, the same way that you would invest into like carry weight for like bigger armor or or shields, or the same way that you would invest into like mana for like spells and stuff. You actually have to invest into the ability to dodge, into your like into the effectiveness of your dodge, which I think is cool. People hate it. I don't know why people have a problem with having to invest into stats in a RPG, other than because they just want more of what they're used to.
Yeah.
God forbid, they come up with a mechanic to make the game harder that isn't just making the game more tedious. God forbid, right? An actually logical way to make the game more difficult and make you have to actually think about where you're putting your points into. No way. But yeah, you actually get more iframes if you like max it out. You have more variety, like in terms of iframes, and then on top of that, the hitboxes themselves are actually, again, on average, cleaner than the other games.
Okay. I'll have to check that out. So again, any other?
You can also parry with your fist in that game.
You can parry with your fist.
Mm-hmm. Dark Souls 2, yeah.
Nice. All right. I'm actually gonna hop off.
Right.
Before I leave, any other any questions? Any anything you want to know about the Shades of Dominion before we hop off? You're muted.
No, I'm not muted. I'm thinking. No, not really. I can't think of anything that I would have to have any questions about. The only questions I had, I asked during, which was like, hey, like, we meant to like write and erase this character sheet. Which I do think that system would solve very quickly with counters. If you had like little instead of having little checkboxes, maybe you had like big squares where you can put how many counters you have for those things. Unless you intend to have like a limit, obviously.
No,
but I do think
no limits intended. It's just I can fit 10 boxes in here.
I think having like little chip counters, like just tiny little chips, like little colored chips that you can use for like your forgot the words. For that stuff, I think that would help a lot with like keeping track of those things without having to have it be like on the character sheet. So maybe instead have like big squares, like place your little tokens here, for example. Obviously, if you're playing online, it's not a big deal because you just delete place, like retype however many. But if you're playing physically, like having to like write and erase can get really like tedious, and you'd very quickly just burn a hole through that section of the paper.
Yeah.
Where just having counters, like the way that, for example, this is crazy, but I thought of Pokemon. In Pokemon, they have like the little cardboard little circles, like little counters that you would use for like if you have status effects.
Yeah. I actually remember that. I remember Pokemon doing that.
Yeah. Like that was cool. That's like a good way to do it. I don't think it was cool the way that Pokemon did it, with the little shitty cardboard thingies that just appear or fall apart or break. But having like a little plastic...
what were we gonna name your character?
Oh yeah, fuck. Yeah, I need suggestions.
Chat, you are paid for your collective wisdom. Alright, so going back through it, you are a soldier who came back from the dead to avenge his death with a maverick essence. Again, makes sense. Everything's copacetic there. they like to hit the bottle. They like to hit the glass.
Look at the chin on that Chad. God damn. It wasn't intentional, but it'll stay that way.
What's that in his other hand?
What?
In the drawing.
And
The right side.
this one?
Yes.
I was just representing the holy magic. Not the holy magic, but the purity magic and the corruption magic. Because you use both.
Okay.
I was just like,
I
yeah.
like it.
Purple and yellow will do.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Name suggestions? Come on, chat. Give us some name suggestions. What we calling this? Bitch. If you guys don't give me a name suggestion, I'm gonna call her Jenny.
Oh, and by the way, as you may have noticed, there's no like racial bonuses. So you can make your character look, as long as like humanoid, as much as like whatever you want. So
Oh. I've got it. Instead of Ginny, maybe Jimmy. Spelled like Ginny. Place the N with an M. Name is
Jimmy.
Jin. That's his name for now.
All right, Jimmy it is, and I will get to work on the PDF so that you have something.
Give me the. What was it again? It's Shade. What?
Jade Mage.
Shade Mage. Limo Kablamo, it's Jimmy. Wait. $27. So I do a drawing for yesterday as well. Oh, by the way, you can go if you need to. I just need to finish these drawings.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
I
really
will
appreciate
get you.
for sharing your stuff with me. It was a lot of fun.
Anytime, and I'm actually making. I'm working on 2 modules. One is the Holy Grail.
Okay.
And the other one is going to be, what have I called it? The Dragon Blight Investigation.
Okay.
So, either one of those, you can, we can get a crew together, and I'll run a game for you.
Okay.
Alrighty. I'm gonna hop off, go take care of a few things, and get some more homework done, then pick up my kiddos.
Alright. Sounds good.
Alright. See you then. Catch you later.
I don't remember what the fuck it looks like. I just remember it looked like this. You know what? Rotate it. Oh. Wait. Hola, Clean, ¿cómo andas? Buenas. Okay, then we'll do one more, boys. Yeah, gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. I've limited time. 25:30. What other day of the week? Hold on, chat. I have an idea. I've had an idea. What is this? Fuck, I was actually download it. Whatever. Leave it there for a second. Oh wait. Looks like the bald fighter from that one TV show. Hold on. Huh. Life as a vampire using fam. Well, it's true. Alright, that's it. It's complete. D4. Alright. Alrighty, chat! I'm gonna write up the goal in a minute. I'm gonna end stream because I'm shitting myself. So I'll write stuff up in a minute. I'll send it. But I will see you guys probably, most likely not tomorrow, because tomorrow we're picking up Patho's siblings. And they're gonna be staying over for the entire day. So I'll see you guys on Monday. Monday afternoon. Hopefully for a D&D session. Hopefully. Maybe not. Jacob might run a one-shot for us. Possibly. So, it might be that. But we'll see. But I'll see you guys later. I'm shitting myself, so I will. I've been holding it for like a minute. Yeah, I'll see you guys. See you guys then. Love yous! Thank you so much for an overall pretty fucking good week. Honestly. It has ups and downs, but it is what it is. Every week has that. But, yeah, thank you guys for always being here. It means a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah, see you guys later. Love yous! Bye! What am I waiting for? A meme guardian. Really cheese. Real. Alright. Cheers.